10:30 p.m. feature random blitz tournament. As a reminder, you have the chess app at your disposal to see schedules and pairings. We welcome our partner, Xavi Noguera, and he will do the campaign. Good luck. You can start.
everybody and welcome at Sunway Sitges Chess Festival.
Yes, here we are on the beautiful promenade. You can see the sea. It's a glorious summer day and it is now round 6 of the tournament. It's the day after the rest day. We've got 8 players on 4.5 topping the tournament and a whole group below them. It's going to be a fun day.
Absolutely, we have big names at the top boards like Vasily Ivanchuk and Jules Moussard. They're gonna battle it out today at the chessboard. And you guys, make sure that you join us as we are walking right now to the playing venue.
Yeah, join us 4:30 p.m. Central European time. Are we going to see more upsets? Are we going to see more fantastic chess? Pretty sure we are. So make sure you don't miss a beat. See you in just a few moments, 4:30.
Half of the Sunway Sitges International Chess Festival is behind us. The next great days of the festival are ahead of us.
Welcome guys at Sunway Sitges Chess Festival. This is round 6 and here we are back in the studio. Lawrence Trent and Katie Tsatsalaishvili. We will bring all the actions to you for next 5-6 hours. Lawrence,
Indeed, yeah.
We had a day off yesterday.
We did,
Players
yes.
had a nice rest day. What do you think? Are they back at the chessboards with new energy and last part of the tournament?
Well, that's what you would hope. A rest day is exactly that. You try and recharge the batteries. 5 rounds in a row is still a lot of chess. It's a very intense atmosphere. It takes a lot of energy from you. So I think so. And we're at a critical moment in the tournament, the halfway point. And this is where the field starts separating. So the leaders will start slowly, gradually getting in front of everybody. But it's still a very packed field at the moment.
It is, and let's take a look at the pairings of the round 6. So check it out, what we have for the menu in this round, and you guys gonna see a lot of people on the top boards sharing first place. In fact, we have 8 participants with 4.5 points. They have only shared half a point. They are without any losses up to this point and gonna face each other. In this lineup, we have some players that we see for the first time and some of the players that we have seen for all the rounds. For instance, Marc-Andrea Maurizzi, he gonna take with black pieces Robert Aloma. And here we have the standings, 8 players sharing the first place.
Yeah, 8 players on 4.5. Some notable inclusions there. We have Edward Song. We've been talking about him for a few rounds after his fantastic victory against Kirill Alexienko a few rounds ago. We also have Julian Sofronie from Romania, who's only rated 2368. Julian, having a great tournament to be on 4.5 out of 5 is obviously a fantastic score. And now we're going to see, you tend to play the Grand Masters every round, and we will see how that all pans out. But today, there's some very interesting matchups. For me, there are 2 matchups in particular, 3 matchups that really catch my eye. I like the board 1, Aloma Vidal against Maurizzi. I also like, as we see on the screen here, my old friend Tal Abergel, the French grandmaster who I've known and been friends with for more than 20 years. Played a lot of tournaments with Tal. Very good player, very creative player. Not at his peak. His rating is only 24-11. He is still a quality player, though, and he's playing now against one of the tournament sensations, Mr. Edward Song. Tal with the white pieces. He will look at this pairing and think, this is a great pairing for me. This is a fantastic pairing. Yes, Edward Song is having a great tournament, but I'm white, I'm the better player. I can pressurize him. And in the picture you also see there, with the black pieces, the French wonder kid, Marc-Andrea Maurizzi from Corsica, playing black against Robert Aloma Vidal, who has also had a great tournament. Might have even had 5 out of 5, actually. I think he had chances to win all of his games. But nonetheless, 4.5 is a great score. So we're going to keep an eye on that one. And then I must say that board 5 is also very, very interesting. The great Vasil Ivanchuk, who's got 4 points, but he's only played 4 games. Remember that he defaulted the first game, or had a bye in the first game because he simply couldn't make it on time after being in Qatar. And he's playing white against the one and only Danny Gormally from England. Danny, he's also not at his peak, far from it. Danny, at his absolute peak in 2005, was 2600, so he was a very, very strong player. He's got very deep understanding, Danny, of chess. Of course, rated 24-24 now. He's way off his best, but he can still perform on his day. And I don't think this is actually a good pairing for Ivanchuk. This is very bad value for Ivanchuk. So I'm curious to see what happens there. And of course, we've got a whole bunch of boards after that.
Talking about Daniel Gormally, he will actually join us today at the commentary after his game. Okay. So it's going to be really nice to hear from him all the insights of this game and just in tournament and his experience. Follow next board, we have Jules Moussard with black pieces. He's taking Xiu Minggu, who has a really nice event so far. Yes. And Tin Jia Gao has challenged an opponent from Kazakhstan international master, Aristan Isan Zhula. We have already seen him at the top board. And today will be another day that we're going to be analyzing the games. And you guys, we are streaming at a lot of channels, a YouTube channel of European Chess TV and Sunway Sitges Chess Festival. Mm-hmm. And also we are on Twitch channel. Make sure that you join us and feel free to comment and share your thoughts. And also you can suggest us some interesting games and we're gonna take a look at that. So yeah, let's start and pull it up the first board on the screen. Yeah, let's start. So we have the game Marc-Andrea Maurizzi playing black against Robert Aloma Vidal, and the opening was a quiet opening. It was a G3 fianchetto against the King's Indian. Okay, so far so good. But the first moment, which is very interesting, is this move here by Aloma Vidal, knight c3. The main move here is to play c4, which is a mainline fianchetto against the King's Indian. There are other moves here as well that are quite interesting. b3 has also been played quite a lot. But knight c3, this is a move that is seen from time to time. The idea is that white wants to play e4 very quickly and get actually a transposition to a perk opening, a fianchetto perk. The issue with this move is that there are actually various good moves here for black, and perhaps the best move in the position is actually just to spend another tempo playing the move pawn to d5, which prevents e4, and you're claiming that the inflexibility of the knight on c3, in other words, white not being able to play c4, is actually crucial. And so if you want to have a very dry game, you would play the move knight c3. Now, it is the case that probably Marc-Andrea is looking at this pairing and saying, I don't want to draw today. So there's a good chance that he keeps things flexible. Mm-hmm. And doesn't play d5. Yeah, he did not play d5. Instead, he went knight b to d7. He allowed white to play e4. Mm-hmm. And his answer to e4 perhaps was e5, striking in the center right away and asking white, what's your next move after e5 here? So basically, the idea is that if you play d5 and close the center, black is just ready to jump on c5 with the knight, attack the pawn, and when you guard this pawn with knight to d2 or rook to e1, you are on time to play a5, and this knight will stay here for a long time to make some problems to white. Well, anyway, after knight to d7, white's choice was not e4. Instead, he went for a4, another popular line, but this is not the mostly played line in this position, and that is the reason why Marc-Andrea now is taking some of his time and figuring out what is the idea, how white is proceeding his position.
Yeah, I like this move actually from Vidal, not going into the main lines. This is a tricky little move actually, because the idea is that white wants to put a pawn on a5 and he wants to cramp the black queen side. He doesn't want to commit in the center with e4. So I kind of like it, and it's probably in this position here there are a whole bunch of moves. You can probably go a5, preventing it. You can probably go c5, looks reasonable. You can probably go e5 as normal. You can probably go c6. It's one of those positions where it's very flexible. Now, the only move that I don't like here is b6, because firstly, you open the diagonal, and probably the move knight e5 here is already very strong for white, where you're attacking the rook, and then obviously this would be a catastrophe for black. So it's a question now of how Marc-Andrea wants to react.
He made a move, and we're going to see what is his move in a second, as he just played. Still waiting to receive. He played c6. Quite
he
flexible
did play c6.
Move.
Yeah, it's a flexible move. I don't mind it. And now the truth is, I kind of expect Vidal to play a5 somehow. I don't know. That's the move that is, to me, screaming out to be played. I don't know if it's theoretical, but you're trying to use this pawn as a cramping mechanism. And there maybe are, of course, there are other moves in this position. Maybe you can go.
E4, yeah.
Yeah, e4 is back to standard lines. But I think if you start with a4 in this move order, you tend to want to then go a5 and just say, how are you developing your pieces here?
You're getting a lot of space advantage
Yeah.
on the queen side.
And you might be threatening a6, opening up this diagonal.
Exactly.
So it might be the case that black's best move here is actually to go a6. I don't know.
Ooh, you don't ask second time to this gentleman on this green. He goes a5 without even thinking too much, and he is still on his increment. Look at this, 1 hour and 33 minutes against Marc-Andrea, who is having a pretty nice tournament. On the just a day before the rest day, we had a party here, the players' party, and of course, chess players' parties is basically playing a lot of chess with the music. So Marc-Andrea was there, beating every single person in 2 minutes blitz games, and he was unbeatable. He was unbeatable.
He's an unbelievable blitz player.
Extremely strong. I played against him actually
Okay.
one game with black pieces.
Okay.
And we had a very sharp rouser variation, and at some point I sacrificed an exchange, and then it was like really complicated situation, and there were like 3 grandmasters from France talking and discussing some things, and I was like, okay guys, like you cannot talk and play together against one tiny person. So yeah, pity that I don't understand much of French, but we had such a great time, and Marc-Andrea is very strong blitz player.
No, of course he is. He's an unbelievable blitz player.
He made a move and left the board somehow. He's not really spending too much time today at the board. He played queen to c7, and that's currently the position on this board. I think we can actually safely move around and check it out, what is happening perhaps on the second board. Ido Gorshtein is having really nice tournament, and he's in a good form. He's facing Julian Sofronie, and here we have this opening.
Yeah, we have a Queen's Indian opening, which we haven't seen much, maybe not at all actually, on the top boards. Both sides look to fianchetto their bishop, castles, and the move rook e1. I think this is the move that's kind of become some sort of a main line here. before the move, of course, the most natural move is the move knight c3, after which black tends to try and occupy the center with knight e4, and then bishop d2, and we have a whole game. The move rook e1, the idea is that if you now go knight e4, white can play the move knight f to d2, utilizing the pin, and after knight takes d2, very importantly, the rook is no longer being attacked, so you can take the bishop on b7 and then take the rook on a8, and you are winning. If you go f5, you can do this, but now you have to be very careful after a move like queen c2 that the knight is just not going to get in trouble here. So after rook e1, I believe that black doesn't tend to play the move knight e4 here. I think the main move is probably d5, although I'm very curious to see what Julian does. I would also be surprised if he is out of book here. You don't really play Queen's Indian. And he did play a move. He played the move knight a6, which I assume is one of the top moves. I'm not a Queen's Indian expert, but I guess this is one of the top moves. Sometimes you're looking to play c5. You're also not blocking the diagonal. We'll see. It's very early in the game. Not much is going on. Let's move on.
Let's move on. And meanwhile, we can also just point out how beautiful is the playing venue. You guys can see the video just bottom of the screen. This is the top floor of the hotel, which is the 5th floor. And as our guest in the previous round told us, it is quite prestigious to be in this playing venue. Only 40 boards are located there, and you have to just fight your best to keep sitting there. And as you guys can see, there is an ocean view from the whole playing venue. It's a lot of windows around, and looks pretty amazing. We still have a sun.
It was beautiful today. We went out, we did a little recording, and we had a little walk. It was like summer, and it's middle of December here, so beautiful stuff. Okay, let's go to board 3, and we have the game between Krzysztof Raczek and Anvesh, and we have another Spanish. So we've been seeing a lot of Spanishes making a kind of comeback to popularity, to fashion, after what has been years of the Italian game. Just the Italian game being bishop c4 really dominated top-level chess for a long time. We're seeing a return to the Spanish, which was the main opening for pretty much 100 years. So we've seen this castles, bishop e7, and a quiet Spanish. We've seen all kinds of stuff here. We've seen bishop takes c6, we've seen rook e1. The d3 system, very quiet, very solid. d3, bishop e5, d6, and a3. I've played this myself before, various times. The idea of a3 is that black, after playing d6, protects e5 pawn. So the move knight a5 is actually targeting the bishop on b3. So you have to go a3 to give your bishop some room. And this is a perfectly reasonable way to play. Castles and knight c3. The white knight comes out to c3. This is also the main move. Now ideas of bringing the knight to d5 are on tap. And as I say, this position has been played lots of times at top level. Normally, the main line is to go knight a5, the bishop drops back and pawn to c5, after which white can now play the move b4, knight c6, and knight d5, and there have been hundreds of good players playing this. But there are other lines here. Bishop g4 is a well-known move as well. Totally fine move. So we'll see what happens. We're still in the absolute depths of theory there. Let's move on to board 4, and we have a slow starting game between Tal Abijal and Edward Song. We have, Ketty, another kind of Retty opening, reversed King's Indian. Tal is just playing a position, right? Today, Tal understands that he's playing a younger guy who's well prepared, and he wants to get a playable position with white. That's it. And it doesn't matter if it's very theoretical or not. He just wants a position. He wants to show his positional prowess and his positional superiority. So there's really nothing to discuss here.
It's just the beginning.
It's just the beginning
of this opening, which is quite flexible. You can just do whatever. You don't have much of the ambitions to get the +1 here with white, but you slowly develop your pieces. Once my student told me, actually, little one, 6 years old, that she wants to study Reti because it writes with Catty. And she was like, "Can you teach me how to play Reti?" And I was like, okay, I think you can transpose with from knight f3 to many openings. 1e4, 1d4, 1c4 is possibility. So let's see how this game continues here. Meanwhile, maybe we can just move forward and go to Vasily Ivanchuk against Daniel Gormally.
Yeah, let's do that.
That's going to be a really, really nice matchup.
Yeah, and we have a Sicilian, and look at this by Daniel Gormally. It's a 4-knight Sicilian. This position has been seen lots of times. The main moves here, if you want to go to a classical Richter rouser, is d6. The move e6 is also very possible. Danny decides to play the move g6 here, which is almost never seen. And the reason why this is never seen is because after knight takes knight, if you now go pawn takes knight and e5, the knight actually doesn't have any good squares. It has to go back to g8. Now this has been played, this position. This is not a novel position after knight g8, but nonetheless it's almost never seen, and perhaps white can play queen f3 with bishop c4, trying to attack black before he can get developed. The move bishop c4, though, is an interesting move here by Ivanchuk. He's saying, well, I don't have to indulge you, because Danny will have had some idea after knight takes c6. I don't know what that idea is after knight. Maybe it's to take with the d-pawn and enter this position, queenless middle game, and say, well, maybe I'm slightly worse, but I've done enough work on this structure to know what my key plans are. Maybe that was his idea. But Ivanchuk says, you know what, I'm not interested. I'm going to go bishop c4, and you can go bishop g7. And once again, after bishop c4, bishop g7, the capture is on. Knight takes c6, b takes c6, and e5. This does exist, and Ivanchuk is trying to work out why this doesn't work. Because on the face of it, this looks like it's very promising, but does black have the incredible idea knight to g4? The point being that after queen takes g4, you haven't blundered a piece because you win the piece back via the move d5, hitting the queen and the bishop. And if the queen decides to, let's say, play queen h4 and win the pawn, white for the moment is pawn up, but black pretty sure is now going to take on e5. White can win another pawn to remain a pawn up, but after bishop d7, this is one of those classic positions where wherever the white queen goes, let's say, all right, let's say it goes to even e4 here, I'm pretty sure Gormally would snap this knight off on c3, b takes c3 and castle, and say, well, Mr. Ivanchuk, how are you going to beat me from this position? Yes, you're a pawn up, but the pawns are doubled and we have opposite colored bishops. I'm going to plant my bishop on this long diagonal and it's going to be a draw. That must be Danny's idea. Otherwise, this whole opening wouldn't make any sense. You don't have to go down that exact line. You can go queen to d1 here and offer a queen trade. But once again, my feeling is that after something like bishop f4, bishop e6, that Danny has actually done his homework here. And despite the fact that the black pawns are a bit weak, sometimes there's just not enough material to take advantage of it. Something like castle's queenside check, king c8. And to be honest, I've seen much worse positions for black. The bishop can just sit on d5. If this knight ever comes to c5, you might try and get a pair of rooks off. This pawn is sometimes fragile. Looks okay for black, maybe slightly better for white. So,
yeah, just slightly better because of the pawn structure and more active pieces.
Yeah.
But is that something that you want to play against Ivanchuk? Because we know, everybody knows that Ivanchuk likes to play long, quiet games where he can actually suffer his opponent.
He does on one hand, but on the other hand, he's also very, very sharp still. I think Danny just thinks, well, I've got black today, and he might try very hard to win, and I'm going to give him a position to frustrate him. I don't know. It's not the most exciting position in the world yet, but it could do. Now, of course, this is all depending on if white plays knight takes c6. You don't have to play this move, but move orders do mean something. For example, in this position, white can play bishop e3, and if black plays d6 and f3, we're actually in a mainline Yugoslav attack of the dragon variation. But after bishop e3, you can castle, and bishop b3, and we've transposed to an accelerated dragon mainline. So there's all these transpositions. There's even the old move knight g4 here. This was the old move when I was growing up. Queen takes g4, knight takes d4. The queen comes back to d1, and now black can play e5. Black can play knight e6. You can go back to c6 as well. So there's all kinds of lines. So everything depends on what Ivanchuk wants to do. And I believe he took on c6. Is that right?
He actually took on c6 and took on d8 as well.
And Danny took with the d pawn.
So they're going for this end game, and perhaps Danny is considering to hold the end game. The pawn on f7 is hanging right now.
Yeah, you can't take that pawn because e6 traps the bishop, and king e7 will pick up the bishop next move. So Danny has not blundered a pawn.
Not taking that, but it will make sense to develop the bishop, dark square bishop, and long castle here with white. That's one way to play this opening, just to make sure that this king on d8 will be bothered.
Yeah, castles is kind of standard. I think, you've got various ways of playing this position with black. Knight d7 looks like a pretty standard move. If now I'm not dropping the pawn because I'm just banking on rook f8 working, and the two bishops are being skewered. So that doesn't quite work out. White can castle queenside here, and then I think Danny's idea is actually to put the king back on e8.
Ivanchuk made a move, and he decided to first push a4 to get some space advantage on that side of the board.
Okay.
I don't know if his idea, he might also stop b5 before happening. So black might just wanted to annoy white's center. So that's how we have his move. And I think after knight to d7, if black goes knight to d7 in this position, hoping to complicate the things.
But now you can take, because the
bishop is not hanging on f4
exactly.
anymore.
So you can't go knight d7 here. It's not completely clear to me. I'm just wondering whether the move bishop e6 is not totally stupid. I know a lot of people watching this will say, what is this move? Because I can take and give you double pawns. But the point is that these double pawns can't really be targeted, but I think it's a stylistic thing. Does Danny want to do that? I doubt Danny will do that. I think it is a move, though. I don't think it's completely ridiculous to play like that. Let's see. It's a kind of quiet game, and I think we should move on and look at some other stuff.
We can move forward and check it out very quickly, the next game, but it seems quite...
Moussard?
Quite calm game at the beginning. We have the nimzo.
Oh, wow. Rook e8. That is unusual. In this position here, this is a nimzo mainline with e3, bishop d3, and now d5, c5, and b6.
Yeah.
Are the main
he plays
moves.
rook to e8.
Rook e8. I'm very curious in the openings database, but this is a very unusual move.
Well, the first idea of this move might be just to somewhere prepare e5 and open up the file. But I think the main idea here for black is to free the square for the bishop on f8,
right,
in case if black plays a3. And that actually makes a lot of sense, because when you play main lines like this, everybody knows the theory at this point. So you might just need some complications in the opening and some surprises. And here we have rook to e8 in this on this board.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to lead to complications. I think it's just a very interesting move. Black says, well, I don't really want to give up my bishop. So after knight g to e2, black played d5. And after castles, actually, black didn't even wait for the move a3. He just goes bishop f8 immediately. This is a very modern way of treating the nimzo with e3. And the idea is that you want to go, because black inevitably plays c5, either after taking or playing c5 immediately. And what black is saying is, look, I don't want to play c5 while my bishop is on b4, because you get to go a3.
And you have to give up your bishop now.
And after takes, you can consolidate your center and have to give up the bishop.
And if you don't do that, if you don't play c5, white might also play c5 himself here and try to get this bishop in this way. So bishop f8 makes a lot of sense. We have one more move here played by white, knight to g3. And black just responded with a6. He might planning to take the pawn on c4 and then to play after bishop c4, b5, bishop to b7, and struck in the center with c5 with no problems at all after the openings.
No, I love it. I love how Jules has played this. In fact, it's inspired me. The next time I'm playing against somebody who plays the e3 nimzo, I'm going to play this.
You like it?
I love it.
I like it too.
Because, you know, this knight on g3 looks a bit strange. I think it would rather be on f3, to be honest. We're gearing up for this takes, b5 and c5, like getting immediate equality. And I've kept my bishop. Yeah,
if you have never played Nimzovich, you might see this position for the first time and you say like, why black is not worse here with all the pieces on the back rank, look at this pin so passive. But if you play this opening and you know the problems here, basically you can just say that in some moves, if that happens, that you take the pawn on c4, develop your light square bishop and play c5, all the problems will be solved at once.
That's right. Yeah, that's normally how you get equality.
Let's go to the next game. Very, very interesting setup. And we have here the Catalan, where black decided to capture the pawn on c4. So basically they just transpose to the main line. Here we have b6.
Yeah, this is not the main line at all. I said this is a main line Catalan with a4. The main line here is to play the move bishop d7, and after queen takes c4, bishop c6, challenging this bishop. So b6 is actually a really rare sideline. White immediately takes advantage by playing knight e5, and black plays rook a7. So this is some kind of idea. I've never seen it. It must be a prepared idea, because you don't play this without preparing it. And maybe black is just saying, well, if you take my pawn on... Firstly, your pawn on d4 is hanging, but if you take my pawn on c4, maybe I can play the move pawn to c5. And very quickly get my rook over to c7. Like after d takes c5, bishop takes c5. I'm going to put my rook on c7 next and claim that your queen is actually a little uncomfortable. That being said, I don't know, something like knight c3, rook c7, and maybe queen h4 with bishop g5 coming. It still looks like it's probably decent for white.
Well, in the game, black had a little bit different plan. After queen takes on c4, he decided first to trade the light square bishop to get rid of the bishop. White took it, and then white played knight to c3, and we might have the same position without the bishops on the board. So it is black to move, and according to the clock, black has already made the move. As white's time is ticking, but I don't really see the move. Do you see the move?
I don't see the move. No, it's not there. But we'll come back to it because there's a little bit of a lag. But we'll have a look in a short while. But that could get very interesting. We're still at the beginning of things there.
Instead of going forward, I would suggest to go at first to the game of Sava.
Okay, Sava
Vetuhin against Tan Jong-yong on the board 11, and let's see, this is a very interesting position.
Yeah, we have an exchange Slav. We haven't seen that yet. With bishop f4 and e3, a6, this is all kind of normal. Rook c1, bishop g4, and f3. Okay, this is, I think, quite standard. I think the move queen b3 is played a lot here as well, but f3, the bishop comes back to f5. And now Sava goes for the ambitious move, pawn to e4, but it might be brilliant. And I think the idea is that if you take on e4, white wants to play the move d5, and this knight on c6 doesn't actually have many good squares. Knight b4 immediately loses to queen a4 check. And, well, knight somewhere else, a7 or a5. There's also another queen a4 check.
The main line goes here with e5.
E5, okay.
Yeah, they're crazy. I've
You
seen
had
these lines actually,
okay.
and it was so difficult for me to
Okay.
memorize. I was
Wow,
preparing
okay.
for the game, and let's see. After e5, white takes the pawn, knight on c6. You take the bishop on f4. White takes the pawn on b7.
Wow.
And now basically you don't have much of the options, but like you have to go rook to b8.
Yeah.
And now white can take the queen. You take with the king because you want to keep the eye on b7 rook. If you take with the rook, then you will lose some tempo. And after that, bishop takes a6, pawn takes f3.
Wow, okay.
And
You've prepared all of this.
I didn't prepare all of this. To be honest, I just forgot everything. I'm looking now at the
Really?
lines.
Because I'm just following you. This is all amazing.
Yeah,
to
and
me.
white takes here with the pawn.
What?
To keep the knight's option to go on e2 to hit the pawn on f4.
That's pretty impressive if you've looked at all of that. And what's the evaluation? Unclear?
White has a slightly better position, but it's you would feel very comfortable here in this
Goodness.
setup, right?
Absolutely. I mean, this is all. I would take white here all day.
And also, like, if we come back at the point when you play e4, you are the one who makes this decision, right? You are not
Yes.
forced. You are saying, like, okay, I'm sacrificing the pawn. And next move, d5, is also a very strong move. And you have to find e5 move here with black, and you have to find all these moves.
Yeah,
and
it's
if you
not-
find, well done. If not, then you're going to have problems.
That's right. No, this is fantastic. Well done. This is really nice. Okay, we'll keep.
Oh, look at the time situation here, right?
Yeah.
You guys can see the clocks. We have a bit of different setup today, and you can see the clocks on the top of the board. And basically, white has not spent any time,
Yeah.
and black has spent already 25 minutes here. So Sava is also not shy to show that
Absolutely.
his opponent just walked into his home preparation.
Brilliant. Well, let's see how that one plays out. Let's continue on. I have to say, things on board 2 got very heated all of
Let's
a sudden.
go back.
So after here, knight a6, white played the move bishop f4 and c5 by black. This was the idea of putting the knight on a6. And now white replies with the classic move
Ooh,
d5.
and that sacrifice.
E takes d5. You do lose a pawn, and now the move knight h4.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah, the idea of this is that you are sacrificing a pawn to gain access to the key square on f5 with the knight. However, it looks as though in this position that black has got a very cool response to actually play the same move, knight h5. And the idea is that I'm actually attacking 2 pieces here. So if you go knight f5, I can take on f4. Yes, you can take. But if I can now put my bishop on f6, I think I'm really happy here as black. The bishop survives. It kind of fights against the knight on f5. The b2 pawn is hanging. I don't know, like even though I appreciate the idea of by white here, I think that this is a real problem for white.
It is a real problem with white. This is one of my favorite sacrifices
Yes.
to play in this kind of setup, and I quite often have it. And what I learned is it's better to give up d5 pawn when your knight is already on c3.
Aha, okay.
So imagine you have knight on c3, then all of this works perfectly fine because after knight h4 you already threaten to take the pawn back.
Right.
But funny thing is that most of the cases, black responds with g6 right away when you play knight h4, not
Yes.
even thinking too much, just tapping this knight to come on f5. That also happened to this game. And now white has a good chance to gain the advantage, right, after taking on d5. Pawn
Yeah.
can already take on d5.
Yeah.
The threat is d6 here to win a piece. You have to stop that with d6 yourself. And
Well, yeah, because knight h5 now, d6 is...
yeah, it's a tactic.
It's a tactic that wins, right? Yeah, it takes, and now very importantly, we've got this in-between move. We've both won a piece, but now I'm attacking 3 of your pieces, so you're going to lose a piece. So you have to go
play
d6.
d6, and in this position, like to think strategically, you have g6 pawn there, but there's no bishop on g7, right?
Yes.
It's going to take some time to get this bishop there. And also in this kind of position, in this setup, you don't need a bishop on b7. The bishop should be on the c8, h3 diagonal. So when you play this with white, you know that black's bishops are wrongly placed, and you already have some resources here to play next move, like knight c3, e4, threatening e5, bishop h6. So this is quite a comfortable position for white.
Yeah, this is actually comfortable. Bishop h6 now, knight c3, whatever it may be.
e4, yeah.
Yeah, I think, I think he'll go bishop h6 and knight c3. Good chances there for Ido Gorshtein to build some sort of advantage.
Shall we go back to Vasily Ivanchuk, Daniel Gormally game, because they have quite a fancy move there on the board. After a4 that Vasily played, Daniel here goes with knight to g4, and I kind of like this move.
Yeah, the move makes a lot of sense. I think what Danny's trying to do here is he's trying to not necessarily go knight e5 immediately, but I think there's a good chance that Danny tries to play the move bishop to d4 here. And after the move bishop d4, you're actually targeting this very weak pawn on f2.
Exactly, like if you take the pawn on f7 right now, there's first of all move like e6, but you have a lot of options. You could play rook to f8, you could play knight to f2, and then rook to f8. So yeah, basically this is not going to work for white.
Yeah, which is why Danny played knight g4. Now, if the knight gets attacked, which is possible, let's say with a move like, I don't know, pawn to f3, I think Danny can go to e5. I am curious if just trading off this bishop for knight and now playing knight e5 is also possible. I think it probably is. You've given up the 2 bishops, but in exchange, there has been some sort of trade of material. It still looks quite difficult to justify, to be honest. So your follow-up has to be very, very precise. And I just guess the question is, has Danny actually looked at this at home? Because this position is very achievable.
We're going to ask him when he comes here in the studio, obviously.
Yes. Well, it's a very interesting game. I don't think black has got any serious prospects of challenging white here, but it's interesting nonetheless.
I agree with this. What else do we have in this round?
Well,
something interesting.
We have Abagel against Edward Song, and I have to say I really like what Edward Song has done here against Tal. He's managed to get a bishop on a3, trading off this potentially dangerous bishop on the long diagonal. And he's played a5 to go a4. And the position looks really, really pleasant for black. I don't really see this as being a position that Tal is going to be too happy with. So I don't quite know what went wrong. Again, Tal was kind of freestyling in the opening a little bit. You know, some queen c2, queen e7. Maybe here Tal had to go with a3 to prevent bishop a3, but he didn't. He went castles, and now bishop a3 came. Yeah, for me, I think in this position here, you just go a3. Yeah, sure, black can play a5 anyway, but now you can castle, and at least you keep this bishop on the board. But after e5, black has got no problems here. This is just a very comfortable position for black.
Exactly, you have no problems. You have more space in the center, and obviously when you have space you have happy pieces. I would like to show you something really funny.
Okay.
Board 24 we have some crazy situations, so let's go there.
Wow.
This is currently position. Let's go from the very beginning. We have Christos Alexiadis from Greece against Ayan Aleverdeva.
Yeah, we've seen her already.
From Azerbaijan.
Yes.
So let's see how actually they played this opening. We have Sicilian.
Sicilian with f3. This has been played before, Black normally responds with e5 and d5.
D5
This is
right
all.
away.
Bishop g5 is the main line. d4 is also the main line. c3. This has all been played a bunch. C takes d4. Bishop e4 check. And now knight takes e4. Wow.
It's a brilliant move according to the
Wow. Knight
our
takes
engine.
e4. Yeah, the idea is that after f takes e4, there is queen h4 check. And after queen h4 check, it looks very problematic for this king. Because g3, queen takes e4, and you win the rook. King e2, wow, I mean, queen takes e4 or bishop g4 check.
Bishop g4,
Bishop g4,
take the queen.
king d...
You
take the queen.
It's
yeah.
enough.
Of course
Sometimes
it's enough.
to win
Of course it's enough.
with extra queen.
Of course it's enough. So, I wonder if white went wrong somewhere.
Oh, wait, we're not done here. We're not done.
Oh, no,
here yet.
I'm saying that after this, I
What
think...
was the wrong, right?
I think
in this
bishop d2 is a
position?
big mistake, is what
Yeah.
I'm saying. So knight takes e4, bishop takes b4 was the move.
Yeah, and knight to b4 is actually a
mistake.
blunder.
You should go
You should
queen
play
h4.
queen to h4. You can play king to e2 here, obviously, because there's queen f2.
It's not even obvious to... there's
It
knight
is,
takes b4.
yeah, with a check.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. It's a checkmate there somewhere. Let's show the line.
Okay.
Let's show the line.
Nearly-
It's gonna
nearly
be fine.
not.
So check. You go there. You take the knight. Should we do something like f5 here in this position and castle?
Castle, but
Or
this,
queen e3?
this is actually
Oh my
made.
goodness! Look at this king being checkmate in 2 moves. So this could be the shortest game, but
Yeah, so
knight
that's not
before
gonna...
was too, I think she played too fast. After the check, white had to go g3 in that line. We can show that.
okay, sorry, yeah.
White can, takes bishop b4, g3, and now you can take this pawn on g3, and queen to 2 h1, and this is actually just very close to win for black.
Really? I mean, I don't think
Mm-hmm.
it's that clear, is it? Because if I move my bishop, let's say here, you can bring your bishop out. I'm going to protect my bishop. It looks very scary after castle's queenside. Don't get me wrong. Winning, I'm not sure.
Actually, I'm just checking right now this line, and engine says like it's okay. He can hold it after castle knight to d2. And it seems like white is holding pieces together, and it's not so bad.
All right. Well, look, that's very exciting. Obviously, down on board 24, not influencing. Those players will have.
But here we are talking about the event when you can get your norms, right?
Yeah.
So for those players who are still fighting for the norms, it is still, game on. They can
Well,
still
I mean,
collect the points.
let's look at the norm hunters. We've got
Yeah.
board 1, Aloma Vidal, I am. On board 2, Julian. Board 3, board 7, I am. So, a lot of guys playing in this tournament are saying, well, because you don't get this start, it never opens. It just doesn't happen, right? If you're an IM who's around 2,400, let's say somebody like Aloma Vidal, you don't start big international tournaments with 4.5 or twice per year.
coming back from our first break, here we are in the round 6 of Sunway Sitges Chess Festival. We see that in the playing venue, it's getting, not in the playing venue, but outside, it's getting darker. But on the boards, I think the games will heat up very soon.
Yeah, indeed. We've still got all the top games just developing. I think we should just get straight into the action. Let's go back to board 1 because we've had a few moves since we last saw it. We saw this interesting opening by Aloma with a4, c6 and a5, trying to restrict the black queen side. Black played queen c7. White now played a very interesting looking move, move b4. Trying to just gain space on the queen side. It's very unusual to play like this, of course, with the pawn on b4 and the knight on c3. It's all very strange, to be brutally honest, but okay. And now black played the move knight d5, also a strange move. The classic move here would be to go e5, now that the diagonal is weaker. Kind of surprised Maurizzi did not play this move. This move is screaming out to be played, but instead he played the move knight d5.
Yeah, actually knight d5 was the first engine suggestion here.
Really?
And I was like, this is so natural move. What is it about? And I made some moves here after knight d5. And actually the best move here is knight a2, which white found.
Wow, yeah. So the idea is that if you take on d5 after pawn takes d5, there's something hanging here on c2. And well, it's not hanging just yet, but it could be hanging after some pressure. And the square on c4 is also available. So if this knight ever ended up on c4, would look very, very good. Yeah,
white's pawn structure here looks very bad. Are you going to have struggle with this c2 pawn? While black spaces are pretty nice here, you just need to develop your light square bishop, somewhere like knight to f6, bishop to f5, rook to c8, and you have just perfect position.
Yep. So instead, as you said, white found the brilliant move knight to a2, which is very unusual because you're putting the knight on the rim or knight on the side. But as we already know, knights are not always bad on the side if there's a clear objective, and the objective here is that white wants to kick away this knight in the center with c4 or e4, so it makes total sense. Black played e5, white did indeed play c4, the knight came back to f6, and it's over to Aloma, who has got the following position to deal with. Now white has gained a lot of space here on the queen side. It looks as though, of course, there's still a lot of tension in the position. Looks like just a very normal position now, especially if this knight comes back into play. Maybe white can think about this move, but you've got to be a little bit careful that sometimes you don't run into a positional pawn sacrifice like this. Sometimes this can get, you know,
very ugly very fast after knight to g4 or rook to e8. White's pawn structure can very easily collapse. Bishop h6 is an additional thing.
Yeah, there's all kinds of stuff that can happen randomly. So I think you still got to tread carefully here as white. You still got to play accurately. But I think Aloma in general has got a perfectly reasonable position, especially if he just comes back with the knight. Big fight still to go on that board. Let's go to board 2. And the last time we left it was around here after we had knight h4, g6, he takes d5 and d6. White did indeed play the move bishop h6, which is the move we were saying. Rook to e8 and e4. Love this play from white, gaining space in the center. Knight d7 and knight f3 looks all rather natural. The bishop comes to f6. Now this looks like the most normal move in the position to me. The computer gives this as a mistake, which I find very hard to believe that this move is a mistake here. It's almost impossible to think that this move is a mistake, to be honest.
It's so natural. It is attacking move. And yeah, it's basically, I think, just move that you can play very fast.
It's a move that you would just play. Now, the computer gives us a mistake. The question is why? And maybe we see the answer now, because white plays the move knight b to c2. Now, the computer doesn't quite like that move exactly, but the concept of it does. And I think the idea is that if black takes a pawn on b2, white is not actually interested in moving this rook. Instead, he's going to play the move knight c4, attacking the bishop. And if you take the rook after queen takes rook, you can immediately see that black has got a number of penetrable dark square weaknesses.
Exactly, there is a queen g7, checkmate threats, and you have to play something like f6, or if you play queen to f6 to trade the queens, then you're gonna lose the pawn on d6, and then two of black's pieces are hanging, and that's gonna be a very dangerous scenario for black to play. After rook to e7, there is bishop g5 pin. These pawns will start to roll e5, d6, and yeah, this is a dream position for white. One small detail here: instead of knight to d2, here we can see this red mark. Much better was knight to a3, which is not a very natural move, but this move actually stops b5 from the side, which is a typical move. And you want to play knight c4, or maybe sometimes you want to play knight to b5 just to get this knight there to stop black's pieces to get on c7 square. So this was just a better version of what white played, but white's knight to d2 is good enough in this position as well. We have just one more move here after knight to d2.
Yep.
If we can show that. After knight to d2, black played b5. And that's the reason why knight a3 was much better.
Okay.
So in this position now, you can get knight on c4. Obviously, you don't want to spend some tempo here with rook to b1 or queen to g2. And white goes with a4, immediately challenging black's pawn on b5 and asking some questions. Right? a4 has been played, and now you know what, the pawn on b5 is hanging, and you have to somehow react. If you push pawn b4, you are giving up to c4 square for the knight, thank you very much. But if you take the pawn on a4, now I can take that back, but I can ignore it, play knight c4 first, attack the pawn on d6, and then later on capture on a4, and seems like quite comfortable position for white.
Yeah, look at this knight here on c4, beautiful. And after knight b6, you can actually play the move knight f to d2, just reinforcing that knight. The move knight a5 also looks,
I love that too,
particularly sort of unpleasant for black. How do you protect this bishop? Maybe a move like rook b8 or something like that. I don't know, but it looks particularly unpleasant. So we'll see. Yeah, so this very
nice game. I think we're gonna see quite sharp continuation here from both sides. We can go forward and check it out next board. Here we have also several updates.
Yep, we have the move knight c3. Now black in this position playing a move which I don't think is as common, the move h6. It has been played, but it's certainly not the main line. White played h3, bishop e6, and knight e5, all very standard. Black played rook e8. You can't really take that knight, it's very unpleasant. White brought the bishop out to e3, and black brought the bishop back to f8. And it is white's move. So again, no big fireworks here. Now white just has to try and work out what he wants to do. It's not totally obvious what you're supposed to do here as white. I'm not sure I'm a fan of bishop e3. Like in this position here, bishop e3 doesn't feel like a useful move to me. Much more common is to play the move bishop to d2.
To stop knight a5.
Exactly.
You know what? That's a very nice point that you are just mentioning right now, because in the game after bishop to e3, black went for bishop f8, and c4 has been played. In that position, knight went to a5. And look, if the bishop was on d2, this knight a5 is impossible.
Exactly. So knight a5 is actually quite a big threat in a lot of these lines. And as you said, after c4, knight a5, this is the position we have. And this is a...
Is black actually threatening to take the pawn on e4? Let's say bishop goes on a2. Can I take and take on f4?
Why not? Looks like you can. Looks totally reasonable. Looks really, really good. Yeah, so I like that. So I don't think... So actually, what that means is white might have to give up. I don't like what white has done past few moves. Here, up to here, fine. But you play bishop d2 in these systems to prevent all of this stuff. In the game, after bishop f8, c4
and knight a5.
c4, knight a5. I like black. I like black. This structure is not holding together very well at all. So black is doing just fine there. What about Tal Abishal?
Oh, we have a very interesting scenario here in this game and a lot of moves. Let's check it out what happened actually.
So castle, so bishop a3. Okay. And rook a c1.
A5 has been played.
a5, we
I
saw
like
it
that
up
move.
to this. Yep, we saw this far. Rook to e1 by Tal. Okay, rook to e8, some shuffling. Tal decides to take on d5. He takes d5 and knight d4. Tal trying to look at this f5 square, kick this bishop away. You tend to do it a different way. You tend to go h3 first, bishop h5, and only then go knight d4, because now at least the square is available. So it's a weird move order that Tal has chosen. But okay, black now played the move h6. Now this move here, h6, is a very, very strange move to me. It's not a move that I think... I mean, I'm trying to understand why h6 here. I don't think Edward Song plays this move without reason. So I'm trying to work out what that reason is, but I'm struggling.
You're struggling.
Yeah, I don't see the reason for h6 here.
H6, H3 and bishop H5 happened.
Okay.
So maybe he just wanted to find an escape square for this bishop on G6 and just to have some space there. Yeah, it's kind of mysterious move to me too.
Yeah, and now the move knight f5 is kind of screaming to be played. And then the point is that the queen is protecting the bishop, so the queen might have to go back to f8. And now in this position here, I guess Tal would bring his other knight over to the king's side and say, well, I've still got a position. And, yeah. There's still a lot of game here. Still all three results are...
Yeah, that's currently the position.
Yeah, all three results are possible. Let's go to Ivanchuk Gormally. Let's see what happened after this interesting knight g4
we saw Ivanchuk today, right? So just before the game started. When we finished the recording, we were walking back to the hotel, and he was going for a walk, and he was in such a nice mood, right? Ivanchuk?
Yeah, he was in a fantastic mood.
He's enjoying every moment here. He also had a master class the other day, and a lot of people were attending that. And yeah, what a brilliant mind that we have here. He has 4 out of 4.
Yeah.
One game he missed, we talked about that, and let's see how he's gonna play in this end game. They have played several moves. Do you want me to tell you the moves, or you
Yeah, so after knight g4, well, we only had 2 moves, right? Ivanchuk played bishop d2, and now f5
Oh, that's
by
ambitious
Gormally.
move.
That is a move that I did not expect by Gormally here. f5. Goodness gracious. That is that is an outrageous move. And Ivanchuk probably just like doesn't believe this move. He played h3, hitting the knight came to e5, and the bishop came to a2. And the problem with this move is you just create a lot of weaknesses, and I hate it, Ketty. I think it's a really poor decision by Danny. He probably played it because he didn't see something else. But as it turns out, he could have played the move bishop d4, hitting this pawn, and after knight d1 just played a5, making sure that the queen side is locked. And now if the pawn comes to h3, you can bring the knight back to e5, hitting the bishop goes to f3, and now maybe a move like f6, just consolidating on the dark squares. It's not easy to go c3 because of knight d3 check, and if you go f4, I can put the knight back on d7, it can also come out to c5. And you're doing okay here as black. f5, you know, if we ask Danny after the game what he thought about f5, he will tell you, I don't believe that this move truly can be good, but he probably didn't find something else.
Something better.
Yeah.
He thought about 10 to 11 minutes to make this move, so
even that's quite a short amount of time, I would say.
for this move. So basically why this can be so bad for black, because black's king is in the center.
Yes.
And you're opening up even more squares and files than the diagonals with this move. That's why maybe it was much better to play a solid f6 somewhere after bishop d4, right? Rather than to give a chance to white to open up the files and to give the check for the king on d8, which is just standing in between two rooks. So in a long term, this rook's going to have struggle to get connected. We have some more moves. Maybe we can show that after knight to e5 and knight to d7.
Knight a5, so knight e5, bishop a2.
a2,
yeah.
then we had knight to d7.
Okay, knight to d7. Yep.
I don't know what is the idea of this move, but anyway, after long castle, we have king to c7.
Yep.
And currently here Ivanchuk is thinking, but the move like rook to h2 e1 with a threat pawn takes f5 can give white a solid advantage.
This is a dream position for Ivanchuk.
And you know what? Here, well, this is a threat that pawn on e7 is hanging, and move like rook to e8 is too passive, and you will lose the pawn anyway after taking bishop to f7. So you have to play something very sharp like e5 in that position. Sorry,
E5.
the pawn e5, and here the engine goes crazy and says like go for f4 because you want to open up the diagonals and the files.
You go f4 here while black is undeveloped. The bishop on c8 at home. The rook's unconnected. The king can be hit by a very awkward check. This is a beautiful move. And this position just looks catastrophic for Danny. I don't expect him to survive today. It just looks too loose. And Ivanchuk, big favorite there, in my opinion, in this position here.
Let's go to the next board where we have Mingu against Moussard. They have quite some development after this position that we checked last time.
Yep.
We had knight to g3 and a6. White went e4. So that was white's idea to strike in the center. Black took the pawn on e4, knight c takes on e4, and black took the pawn on d4 just like that. So point being that there is no this trick of bishop h7, losing the queen, you cannot jump over the knight, and if you take the knight, then queen takes it back. So after bishop e3, queen goes back to d8, takes, and takes on f6, queen takes on f6, queen h5, attacking the checkmate in 1, and here black is thinking and move like g6 would stabilize the king side.
Yeah, he's done this to provoke g6, but after queen e2 and bishop g7, I'm really sorry, I'm not buying this for white. He's given up a pawn. The pawn on b2 is hanging. I honestly don't think you're supposed to survive this position as white. It's a whole pawn. Black only needs two moves to stabilize. Yeah, and it's one of those moments, right, where as a grandmaster, if we go to here, move 10, taking on d4, it looks dangerous.
There's a question in our chat, did white blunder the pawn or was it a sacrifice? What is
No, it was a sacrifice.
Sacrifice.
Yes, it was a pure sacrifice. White thought that he was gaining a lot of time because he develops all of his pieces with tempo, but it's one of those positions where Jewel has thought, well, okay, I'm playing somebody who's lower rated. He has to play inch perfect to justify a pawn sacrifice like this. So I'm going to take the pawn and I'm going to defend. And then if he beats me with some violent attack, okay. And if he doesn't win, then I have an extra pawn. I have an extra pawn and I'm going to win. And I'm here to win the tournament. I'm not here just to make draws. And come and beat me. He has
to score a lot of points now because he shared 2 games. He made 2 draws already. In the current position, if we just go there is after g6, there is a suggestion here. g6 is not on the board yet.
Yes.
So there is a suggestion here by the engine to spice up the things with knight to e4.
Wow.
So basically, if you take here, you're gonna lose the rook on e8. So queen is under attack, and you just take another pawn on b2.
Why not?
Just like that. Queen is hanging. Queen has to go back now. And after this move, black can start to chase queen with bishop to e7. So let me just quickly show the line here that black can be sure that there is nothing with queen to g7.
Yeah, I love that queen to g7 move. The queen just nicely
yeah.
protects absolutely everything.
Yeah, so basically you're just trading the dark square bishop. You don't necessarily need to get this bishop on g7 because then your queen stands too far from the king side, right?
Exactly.
So you're getting rid of this bishop. You're trading the piece, which is very good when you have extra material, and you are replacing your bishop with the queen, so your king is much safer here. And let's say after knight to e4, you just play the calm move like knight to d7 to control this one, and slowly you can play then f6, e5, and start to develop your rest of the pieces, and you have extra 2 pawns.
Yeah, this is a position that you just don't really win as white against a much stronger player, and you don't have enough firepower here. You can just feel it intuitively. The queen does an amazing job covering some key dark squares, protecting the king. You just don't really win these positions. So I've got a very good, I'm very optimistic for Jules' chances today, and I think that he's actually going to win. So I think that's so. I think Ivanchuk is going to win. Jules is going to win. So two of the big hitters are going to be
joining the top boards.
Yes.
Coming back to the top boards. We can go forward at this point and check out the next board where we have Grandmaster Jingao against Ariston, International Master, and here we have this endgame. They actually traded the queens. Remember this rook
yes,
lived here on the 7th rank. What is your call? Who stands here better?
Well, only white can be better because he's fully developed. There's still a knight on b8. The question is it really anything in this position? And I guess that it's very little because the structure is symmetrical, and if black can start trading some pieces with a move like knight f to d7, it doesn't feel like white has got much in. What's really interesting is if we think about Jing Yao this whole tournament, we've watched his games every round. He is such a timid player. I mean, every single one of his positions for most of the games has been so quiet. He really does not like chaos. He's one of these guys, he likes it slowly, small advantage, press, but he does not like the big chaos at all. No, he doesn't. So I don't know if he's got enough in this position to really pressurize black, but we've seen him do it earlier in the tournament. We've seen him press very, very small advantages, but I do expect black on a good day to hold that position.
I agree with that. We can go forward and check it out how Grandmaster Li is doing against FIDE Master Julio Cesar Diaz.
Yes.
This is quite interesting position, right?
It is, but optically it looks very bad for black to me. Black has sacrificed in exchange. He's got these amazing bishops. That's true, raking down the king side. But he hasn't got enough mobility of the rest of his pieces, in my opinion, to justify the lack in material. It's very close, but a really good player here, I think, sniffs this out. That said, if you're a bit sloppy, let's say you play a move like, well, you can't go queen e2 because f3 is hanging, but let's say you go, I don't know, bishop g3, and the knight ends up on f5 or even on d5, there is some stability here to the black position. Again, something intuitively is telling me that this shouldn't be good for black, but it's not straightforward for white. Playing this position is not straightforward. In fact, we do have a move, queen e2. Played by white.
Yep, the knight is hanging, and basically you are also considering to give this check. White will play rook to d1 at some point.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know, like after rook to, maybe knight should move away, because if you play rook to e8, you're gonna pin the knight forever on e file, right? So if you have to go with the knight, let's say queen to e6 check, king h8, and rook bishop to d6. Can I play that?
Yep, you can play like that, hitting the rook. The rook has to go to g8 probably.
G8.
And you are dominating the board here as white. The question is, what next? It's not totally straightforward. You can try d5 to cut this bishop out.
I kind of don't like to open up this dark square bishop. I was thinking maybe bishop to c5, try to trade the pawn to bishop, but engine is not so.
Maybe he'll decline it, bishop e8 or something, you know. I don't know. Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? Because it doesn't look totally straightforward to me.
Yeah, d5 now at this point likes really nice to cut this bishop, and then at some point you want to play h4, h5 to annoy this knight on g6. Very sharp position here, but for white is a good chance to strike for a win. Shall we take a look at the game 10, where we have Mehdi Golami against Luca Kiladze, where the position is quite messy to me. This is the board 10.
Board 10?
Yeah. And here we have actually white pieces. Mehdi, he was playing this morning the Blitz tournament, Rapid tournament. I was quite surprised because he was one grandmaster only who decided to play
the tournament. Okay.
Play a side event right before his classical chess, and to play on the board 10. This is the top boards, right?
Yes.
It's not that he doesn't have a chance for prize. Let's check it out what happened here. After bishop to f5, black decided to capture this bishop on f5, queen takes f5, and knight to e4. That's the current position. The pawn on f2 is hanging, so you have to go and guard this pawn, perhaps with rook to f1 from h1.
Knight to d3 looks very natural to me, just bringing the knight back, controlling him.
That's also a possibility, yeah.
This looks like the right move to my eyes.
My question is how black is going to guard the pawn on g4.
Yeah, I don't know. I you know, intuitively, the position looks a little bit shaky. Does black... No. I was going to say, does he have some crazy idea like this and this? Mm-hmm. Doesn't feel like it to me.
Yeah, you need something extra on that side. Just knight to d2, knight to b3. That's just a check, right? Maybe you can make a draw. Let's see if it's a draw. Knight d2, queen takes g4, knight to b3, knight to d2.
And after knight c4, it's very little.
I like this position. Like if you guard the pawn on a3, let's say you play a2, you play a3 or rook to a1. There's rook e3.
Oh wow!
Rook e3 move.
That's from nowhere. I think you. Wow. Okay.
Okay, let's show that knight e3 for instance.
Yeah,
Can I do rook e3?
I don't. No. Yes, it looks like you can. Because if b3, you have knight a3 check. Mm-hmm. Huh. Funny position. Yeah, it works. I mean, it's not the end of the world. I can probably go rook e1 or something, but it kind of works somehow. Kind of works. Interesting. I still think that white is better somehow, but it's going to take some work. Let's go back to this game on board 11 because we had a very interesting game with exactly kind of what you were saying before, Ketty, with the early queen trade though. Mm-hmm. So the line that you described before, but with the queen trade, okay, the bishop came to d7, knight g to e2, takes, very similar structure, bishop c6 and knight to d4. And I think this is, black has misplayed this, because now if you take on b7, there's a very nasty check on b5, very nasty. You force king e7, which is not the move that black wants to play. Maybe now you can even castle here as white and put the rook on e1. Looks very, very dangerous. This king is in no man's land. There's a check here also.
It stops bishop to get into the game, and the question is how black is dealing after this check. I love their king to f2 move and to bring the rook on e1 next move.
King f2 is also good.
Yeah.
Yeah, looks very dangerous. I think Sava has got a really, really good chance today after 94. This is the position on the board. Looks very, very nasty for black for Junying Tan. So I don't expect Junying Tan to do much here. I expect this to be 1-0. Pretty straightforward. Okay, we have done that. Now let's go back to board 2 because we do have some developments there. After the move knight bd2, b5, a4, black played knight c7, allowing the trade on b5 and this knight to come to its magic square on c4. This position looks, honestly speaking, about as bad as it gets from a Benoni structure. The knight can come to a5. d6 is relatively weak. You have ways to recycle via d2. I simply do not see how this is going to hold. I simply do not see it. It looks very bad. And the player playing black here, I think, is simply, you know, he probably understands that it's gone wrong. He might not know exactly where it's gone wrong because he hasn't actually played any really silly looking moves, but it has gone wrong nonetheless. And I think that white is just like, if you gave Gorshtein this position before the game on move 18, he would be over the moon. I think Gorshtein is over the moon here. Okay, so he played knight b6, and now white has got two choices. You can either go knight fd2 to protect the knight, or you can play knight a5, which looks very tempting to hit this bishop. And after rook to b8, the question is, how do you then protect the b2 pawn? Some queen move, queen d2 is like the most natural move in the world. There's no knight c4, importantly. Sure, the bishop can go back to a8. Now a move like h4 is absolutely classic in this position here.
Love that.
Yeah, just to gain some space, think about the g5 square. And look, this bishop is hitting a total brick wall on d5. This is not a position that you enjoy here as black. This is miserable. So massive position on board 2 for Ido Gorshtein. Let's go back to board 1. We've had some developments there. We did see the move bishop b2. I mentioned this move before, and after e4, knight to g5. I was saying that probably Aloma was worried about knight fd2, e3, so he played knight g5. But now, just consolidated in the center, Marc-Andrea with d5, takes, and the knight came back to c3. Okay, and this is the position as it stands.
Oh, we do have actually rook to d8 and rook to c1. This is currently the position, and black is thinking in this one. As the threat is knight to d5 or knight to e4, the queen has to leave the c file. But the question is where the queen goes, because if you go queen to d6, then I have knight b5, knight c7 move. If you go queen to b8, you don't stop me playing knight b5 anyway. I can still do that. You have to go passive knight e8, or not here.
Oh no, not here, right? After queen b8, knight b5, knight e8, yes? Yeah,
here in this position. And just claim that you are fine. You can play a6, next move, and get the pieces back to life. Looks quite nice position to me for white.
For white, it does,
space
right?
advantage. Oh, he goes queen to b8 actually.
He does. Yeah, we could get that position after knight b5, but I tell you something. This is dangerous for black. I think after knight b5, actually what he's going to do is he's going to kick this knight first with h6. I think it's important to play that move. Force this knight back. Now you can play knight e8, guarding everything. The problem with knight e8 immediately is that white has got a wicked tactic in this position. He can play the move bishop takes e4.
Ooh.
And the point is that after pawn takes bishop, you play queen b3. And there's no good way of preventing queen takes f7. Sure, you can bring your knight out, but now I just take it. And after takes, probably here I just play knight takes f7. And of course, I'm going to show what happens after queen a6, because we can go knight h6 double check. and the absolutely classical
Love that.
smothered mate, my favorite checkmate in the whole of chess. Look at that.
Beautiful. Have
One
you
night.
ever had that?
Oh,
somewhere?
yeah.
Many times.
Yeah, loads of times.
Lovely.
Loads of times. And I think what's nice about smothered mate is often your opponent lets you do it when you get there.
That is so nice, right? Good
Yeah.
feeling. I do love, my favorite one is the Greek gift.
The Greek
the
gift,
bishop's
yeah.
sacred. I love that.
Yeah, no, that's also
I
very
never had it in my life, but I
No?
really love it. No one allows me to have
Nobody
that.
lets you play it. Oh my
No.
goodness. Sad.
But I allowed once my opponent and she did not play, so yeah,
Okay.
happens.
Well-
Okay. White is thinking in that position after queen to b8.
Yeah. No, this
Have
is
you noticed that Mark Andrea is actually not spending any time on the board? The moment he makes the move, he leaves the board.
that's true. Yeah,
I have not
mean,
noticed this earlier in the
Yeah.
other rounds, but today in the other rounds he's always sitting there and he looks at the other boards and observing the other games. But now look at this, he's separated that on this board, on the first board. He has no other board next to him, and he likes to leave the board. Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, there are some players that walk around. I mean, I was just commentating with Peter Svidler, and Peter was telling us how, you know, he's one of these guys. He has to walk around, right? He just can't
walks
sit.
a lot.
Yeah, he can't just sit down and look at a game of chess, especially when it's not his move. I myself am kind of in the middle. I would say I walk around a bit. I can also sit. What about you, Ketty? Do you sit down or do
I
you
walk
walk
so much during the game that sometimes I'm getting tired. Like physically, I'm getting tired. I
can
love
believe
to
that.
walk, and that means that there are like two type of people who is comfortable to walk and think. And I understand that every time I'm like when I'm sitting at the board and looking at the board, my thinking process is limited. I'm only considering some moves that I see, but when I'm walking, somehow I'm getting more moves. I'm getting more ideas, and I'm not like limiting myself. If you understand the point, like
Of course.
when I'm looking at the board, somehow I'm always considering the same lines.
So you get
all of it.
inspiration when
When
you
I'm
walk
walking, I don't know why is that. Somehow I'm seeing other pieces too on the board and other ideas
around.
too.
I'm the same. I'm exactly.
Yeah?
The,
You understand my point.
Of
Right? A lot of
course.
people will not understand this point, but that's exactly when maybe this is because like it was part of my training when I was solving the chess studies etudes. I was setting up the position, I was memorizing the position, and I was leaving the board. I was not looking at the board for like hours and going out, sitting down, and just thinking. To solve it blindfold, and maybe this training process just developed that side of my thinking.
Could very well be.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very nice. Very nice. Okay. Well, look. Let's see if anybody else is walking around. Let's go back to this position here on board 12. So bishop e3. So I said we didn't like what white did here. He did go back to a2, but c5. So black declined to take on c4 and take on e4, so there must be some reason why he didn't like that, although it's not completely clear to me what that is. So black instead played the move c5, but now this gives white a tempo to probably kick this knight away with b4, knight c6, and we still have a very complex middle game with all of these pawns facing off against each other. Feels as though white is kind of okay now, no, with no e4 pawn.
Yeah, for me this opening is the most boring opening I can ever seen. I don't like it.
That's very.
I just don't like it. I don't know. I wish we quickly changed the fashion and stop playing it with both colors.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay, well.
It was very, very modern when I started to play chess, like when I was very little. And I remember when I switched to Sicilian, it was something like, you get the fresh air and you have so many tactics and everything. And it's so interesting. And then you come back to here and there's not too much of tactics, right?
That's not, no.
It's more about to
Feel, yeah.
move the pieces around, like getting better scores for the pieces. And so for that sense, it is just, not my style, I guess.
Well, maybe this position is more your style. Abigel against Song. We've got the position here after knight b1, so the dark square bishops have been traded. The knight landed on f5, but it's not doing very much there on its own. The white knight is attacking the queen, but if I just retreat the queen, I don't know, to b4, for example.
I like b4 because you are actually threatening knight bishop to f5, and in the end this rook will hang on e1.
Yeah, so queen b4, maybe provoke a3 to create another weakness and then come back. And I have to say, I don't like Tal's position here. It's lacking something, and that something is the dark squared bishop. We've got a very mediocre bishop here. Yeah, we got a knight on f5, but it's not doing anything. It's not, you need not just a knight on f5, you need pieces.
Exactly, and also what is white's plan here? It's not so clear for me what is next white's moves.
Well, exactly.
Is it like g4 on the, like
know.
what you really do on the king side?
Well, I
you
think
can't do much on the queen side. Maybe to push b4 somewhere.
no, I don't think so.
Queen d2 b4 to create this weakness, as in hotspot structure.
Yeah, I see what you're trying to do,
Yeah.
but it's slow, right? It's really slow. In the meantime, I can do all kind. I can play knights, some knight c5s, attacking e4. I can do a lot of stuff. So I'm not happy about Tal's position. And actually, we already know that Song has had a phenomenal tournament so far. And so it wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me at all.
Actually, yeah, black decided to play this queen on b6. So instead of queen to f8, he went for queen b6.
Where did he go? Sorry?
Queen
Queen
b6.
b6.
Yeah.
b6.
Yeah.
So a3 happened and queen b6.
Yeah, this happened, and now white went for knight to h4.
Okay.
And then we have bishop to h7. So currently we have this position.
Yeah, I would take black here. I would take black. I think his pieces are better, his structure is better. White has got a lot of weaknesses potentially down the line. Black is very solid. Black is connected on the back rank. Why should black not just be slightly better? Now, is it the end of the world for white? No, of course it's not. But black has got the better side of equality here. And I think that Tal won't be happy.
I like the idea here, knight f8, knight e6, knight e4, if I have the time for that. So you get this knight in the center.
Yeah,
This
it's a
one
question
way
of
to
time. It's a question of time. You have all kinds of ideas as black. There's lots of ways to play this position. But
you can also take the pawn on e4, right? Just take on pawn on before e4, then to play knight e5, rook to d8. You can find a lot of black's ideas here, and from white side, I'm really struggling to find some decent plan.
yeah, no, it's not straightforward at all. Okay, let's continue. So good news there for. Let's see what happened in this Ivanchuk game, because after bishop a2, knight d7, we last saw it here. After castles, king c7. Surely Ivanchuk is not still thinking after king c7. Move 13.
Is he? Oh God, he has 21 minutes.
Well, it's okay.
Oh,
What did he
God.
do? He took on f5, right?
Wait, I don't see him. Is he sitting on the board? Is he there?
He's there. There he is.
Oh, he's standing up on his move?
Yeah.
No, he played the move g4.
No, he played it. He took on f5. We said rook h1 looked very good, and now g4. This is also another very interesting way to play this position. Danny's position really, it sucks. I mean, we have to just call it as it is. This is a horrible position. You've got so many weaknesses. White is so active. Your king is in so much peril. And I'm very, very concerned for Danny. We're looking at him there. He's the guy on the right of the picture with the glasses. This has been a horrible game, like, so far. Now, is it losing? Probably. Probably the position is that bad that it's losing. And you can see there he's kind of shaking his head. He knows. But it's all to do with this move F5 or move 10. And the reason he played that move was just, I'm sure he just didn't have another idea. So it's very, very sad. It's very, very sad. But yeah, it just looks dreadful for Danny. Looks as though Danny is going to lose today. How about Jules Moussard? Jules, 8 a pawn, and I don't believe there's been any moves.
Bishop g5 has been played.
Bishop g5. Okay. Did he take the pawn on b2?
Let me check that quickly. If he took
He must have.
He took. Yeah, you don't ask him twice to take a pawn. White is having 18 minutes on the clock. A bit of struggle on the clock as well, and 2 pawns are just missing.
Yeah. No, this is a very, very.
And look at him; he's just walking in and playing Gwenny. He's just checking out other games. The bottom video we can see Jules Moussard and also Vasily Ivanchuk. Both of them have pretty nice positions today.
Yeah, this just doesn't work for White. 2 pawns, too much, not enough of an attack, and I think that Jules is going to be very comfortable here, knowing that White doesn't have enough. He still needs to convert. He still has some technical work to do, but I do expect him to do it. I do expect Jules Moussard to win with the black pieces today. What about Aloma, board 1? Because we were very excited about rook c1, queen b8. Have we had any moves after queen b8? Because the comp hated queen b8, absolutely hated this
White
move.
is taking some time to figure it out. What is the move that punishes black for this setup that he played?
Yes.
How about the natural move like queen to b3 to go after the pawn on d5?
Why not?
And there's another thing. Oh, you suggested this sacrifice on e4, so you're also keeping the eye on e4 pawn after queen b3, right?
Yeah.
So let's say something like h6. Can it be some sort of tactics there?
You can take on f7. Absolutely, you can.
Take on d5.
And take.
Love that.
No, this is critically bad for black. This is just bad. There's no two ways about it. And the king is exposed. You've won 2 pawns. e4 is going to drop, so you're not even going to be material down. This is tragic. I think queen b3 will be played. I think it's the most natural move in the position. I think then Maurizzi will play knight to f8. And now I really think White should play the move f3. Classic way to try and break down this position. If black takes, we're happy because we can take back either with rook or bishop, I would say. And there are some issues around here. And if he goes e3, which is the other way you see in the King's Indian of facing this move, White can now play the move f4. And you are gaining all of this attack against the d5 pawn. Yes, you can get hit with h6, but the knight is going to recycle itself to e5, and black is in a brutally bad position. Brutally bad. This is about as bad as it gets, guys. This is, the computer already says that this position is winning for White. Now, do I expect Marc-Andrea to lose today? No. Even in this position, I expect him to somehow survive. But I tell you something. If Aloma is really switched on today, if he is really, really locked in, he should win this position. He should win this position. It's already at a critical point, in my opinion, after rook c1, queen b8. And now either queen b3 or f3, I think is close to a winning advantage.
He's spending a lot of time here, down to 28 minutes.
Yes.
We have seen some situations and some matches where one side had huge advantage, almost winning,
Yes.
but giving it up because of no time on the clock. So he has to balance the time situation as well as this is the move for. Can we check which move is that? Yeah, 16. And they have to play 24 more moves
Yes.
in 28 minutes for Aloma. So he has to find now the one of these moves, which is quite nice, and then speed up a little bit because time can be a huge issue.
Yes. I think that time will play a factor, absolutely, in this one.
Yeah, sorry
Yes.
to interrupt, but I think we have very quick development on the board of Savavetohin against Yun Tan,
Okay.
and we might want to
Why
go
don't
there
you?
before.
This is your one, Ketty. This is
My personal
home
game.
preparation.
Let's go. So we have seen this position, king to e7 and king to f2 has been played. Knight h5. I don't know what is the idea of this move. Actually, maybe he wanted to free the square for the king on f6. But here we have this bishop to c6 and after after f6 that black played, white decided to give this check on c6, and this is completely winning
Yes.
for white. So f6 here is a blunder.
Yes.
Black wanted to try to escape
Yes.
the king here, but look at this: take here, and knight to.
Is this on the board?
Yeah, knight to c6. You cannot go to king here and here. Sorry, on f7 or e6 because you are losing the rook, full rook.
So you have to
and
go
if you
to
go
e8.
here, first I'm gonna give you a check.
Yeah.
And pretty much force you to go in the square, and then you're gonna lose the rook. If you play bishop to e7 to cover the e file, then rook to
Beautiful.
d8, and I'm gonna get this rook. So we might have a resignation soon in
Well,
this position.
it is a resignation. There are no moves available in the position you showed, and if that's already on the board, it's time to say goodbye.
Time to say goodbye. Yeah, this game went really crazy for black, and it all started from here, right? Looked pretty standard, and then we had this situation with e4, and from this on, white was so well prepared in this line, made all the strong moves, and yeah, seems like bishop to d7 was a bit inaccuracy. You had to take the pawn on f3, but anyway, this was the game, and here we had also, yeah, I think at this point it is very difficult to survive.
Yeah,
black.
almost impossible, I would say.
King to f2, rook to e1 was the idea here. I like this move, bishop c6. It's very tricky move, getting rid of the bishop. So white wanted to get this knight here, and only piece that controls the square is the bishop. So here f6 was a blunder, and bishop b7 is on the board. Look at the time situation. White has 1 minute and black has 24 minutes. And in the game, what we have?
I can see in the game that white has one apiece. Don't really expect black to play on.
Oh, they went to this line, yeah. Knight here. Yeah. And this is currently the game.
Yeah, and
And
rook takes.
rook.
No, he took on e7 first.
He took with the rook.
Yeah, he didn't want some bishop c5 checks. Doesn't really matter.
Or yes, this one.
Yeah, so he took here and then took
here an extra piece. Oh yeah,
Yeah,
that's
and-
pretty clear. Let's take a look what happens if he just takes here and playing with extra rook.
Yeah, there's some bishop c5 check, king f1, and then rook takes b2. Now it's still winning because you can go rook e2. It doesn't
Two and
really
knight
matter.
E2, yeah.
Doesn't really matter.
Yeah,
But he wanted to make his life as easy as possible, so he gave an extra exchange because now he doesn't even have to think. There's no threats to his king, h7 is hanging as well with the tempo, and then you just run the b and a pawns. No, you don't continue here as black. You have to resign at.
I think this game has just
Oh,
ended.
that's it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there it is.
that's
No,
the
well
video.
done by Sava Vitohin.
Yeah.
And in this tournament, this is a name that we are mentioning quite often.
Yeah, he's a good little young player. He's obviously a grandmaster. He's now on
15 years old.
15 years old. He's on 5 out of 6. It's a good score. It's right up there in the mix. If you're on 5 out of 6 in a 10-round tournament, you're going to be doing just fine. So nice win for him. And tomorrow he'll be, I think for the first time, Sava tomorrow will actually have somebody who might be higher rated than him. Actually, he's got the sort of rating where he might just be in the bottom half of the draw and have to face somebody on the top half. But let's see. It's not totally clear to me. He might just get one more round where he's the rating favorite. Okay.
We do have the move on the first board, and white went for knight to b5. This is not the strongest move
he
here.
did go
we
knight
were
b5.
mentioning about queen to b3 and f3. So this one allows black to play first h6 to kick this knight out. So black has to recognize this tactic here. We say queen b3, right?
Yep.
So black has to recognize this one and make the move h6 to kick this knight out, and then to play knight to e8. And after knight to f4 to attack this pawn on d5, then we do have knight f6 from here. And slowly black will just develop the pieces, right? You can just play bishop also on g4, on d7, and slowly you can just breathe here in this position.
Yeah, so it's really important for Marc-Andrea to find this move h6. If he finds that, he's going to be fine. If not, he's going to be in some trouble.
Yep, I think the players will take some time here to make the decisions, and the moves we're gonna get slowly the moves. So it's time to take our second break, and by the time we're back, we're gonna have some serious updates on the top boards. You guys don't go anywhere because we will be back in 10 minutes. And this is the round 6 at Sunway Sitges Chess Festival.
See you soon. Here's a question for you, Ketty. Do you or Lukasz use PayPal or Wise?
I do.
Okay.
Break. Here we are in Sunway Sitges Jazz Festival, and we have quite tense round 6 in progress. Lawrence and Caddy in the studio. Lawrence, which is the game that you want to analyze first?
I
from our
mean,
break?
we've had a couple of moves in the break, but let's go to board 1 because it looked as though there was a moment where Aloma was actually, potentially going to do something quite dangerous against his higher rated opponent. We last saw it after the move knight b5. So we were saying here that the move queen b3 was particularly dangerous because after the move h6 you can make this sacrifice on f7 and then take on d5 and the king gets very exposed. But Aloma went for the other move, knight b5, trying to come into c7, but now Maurizzi played the very important move h6 to kick the knight away to h3. It should be pointed out that the move knight takes f7 apparently is still possible, and knight c7, but it's very difficult for a human to play this. Firstly, it objectively might not be very good. You're giving up 2 pieces for the rook, and I just don't like it. So very, very natural move to come back to h3. Black now plays knight e8, preventing knight c7. The knight comes into f4, but now black unravels with his other knight to f6. And finally, white plays the move f3. However, this move f3, which is very, very natural, looks like it is a mistake because now Marc-Andrea finds the move g5. Very, very nasty move. The point is you force the knight to come back to h3. There really is no other move in the position. So the move... Well, actually, knight takes d5 is not totally ridiculous. The problem is, the point is that after knight takes d5, f takes e4, you won 2 pawns, and after knight e3 you can play a move like queen to b3, for example, hitting a lot of places. But the problem is that you can also play rook takes d5, hitting the knight here. I cannot imagine a universe where he takes on d5, so he will put the knight on h3. And now in this position here, I think you can...
The knight is already on h3.
The knight is on h3.
We have a couple more moves, so I will just...
Yes, tell me.
Tell you.
So after knight h3, what did he do?
Knight h3, knight d6 has...
a6?
Wait a moment. Knight h3. Bishop d7 happened. So black is going after knight on b5, knight to c3, and black decided to go for e3.
Wow, now that is an interesting decision by Marc-Andrea. Maybe he wants to keep things super complex, but he's basically playing against this knight, right? This pawn are restricting a whole piece. And the only issue is if white can time a nice break with f4, then he's going to be all right. The problem is after any f4, he's going to go g4. So for example, if f4 here, g4, and you actually lose the knight, this is a catastrophe. So you've got to do something else here as white. And I think the move to do is probably the move queen b3. This is the most natural. You're hitting a few pawns directly and indirectly. The position is still very, very complex. Like, I don't think Aloma should be freaking out right here. Like,
I would be freaking out if I have 7 minutes in this position and
that's the
many
problem.
more moves to play, 18 more moves to play. So that can be the problematic for white. White just made the move, and that is knight d6 and knight to d1.
Oh, so queen b3 was played.
Knight d6.
Knight d6 and now knight to
d1. Knight to c4 has happened.
Yikes. Yeah, okay.
Rook to e1 because black wanted to play knight to d2 to win the exchange. Rook went to e8 to free the knight to move around and guard the pawn on e3. Rook to c3, attacking the pawn again. And now it is black to move in this position.
I think he wants to play queen c8 here. I think he wants to attack this knight because it's got nowhere to go. But after g4, white holds on just for the moment. Wow, I mean, this is so close to being really bad for white. The position has gone horribly wrong. Look at these knights, both on the edge. And I am very... And he goes
Knight to h5.
h5, sorry. Wow, okay.
Wow,
So
that's a mysterious move.
No, it's not. Because
oh, you're attacking the pawn on
attacking
d4.
d4.
Oh, that's
yeah.
okay. That's fine.
Yeah, and he's actually saying, well, if you want to continue here as well, you have to play rook takes e3, which is a horrible move to have to kind of play.
Well, after rook to...
Takes, but you do win a pawn and you relieve your position and you're threatening here. But does black have a knockout blow with knight takes g3?
Oh, that's an ugly one. So I take and I play knight.
No, you take here first. This is the point.
Oy.
And after queen takes g3, look at this double attack.
And the check.
And the check. It's over. That's it. You lose everything. Now there is no way on earth he's missed knight takes g3. He's played knight h5, not just to attack this pawn, but because of knight takes g3. Okay, this is my opinion. Aloma is toast.
Well,
That's it.
In this position after knight to h5, you don't also have rook d3 move because perhaps you're losing this rook after bishop to f5.
Yeah. There might just be the same tactic with knight takes g3 though after rook d3. That's the point. This is the tactic. So rook d3, you just do the same. You take.
Oh, that's
you can even take with the queen.
That's the thing.
And this knight has got nowhere to go. No, this is going to be 0-1. And I tell you something. Aloma, after this game, he's going to be saying to himself, how did that just happen? Because only a moment ago, after knight b5, sort of 6 moves ago, he was probably feeling very positive about his position. And he's just been driven back. I mean, look at this knight here now. And in 6 moves, it has been driven back
D1.
to the d1 square. So this has obviously gone horribly wrong for white.
Well, rook to e3 has happened. White just made this move. Black's next move is pretty obvious. You want to take this rook.
Sorry. Rook c3, rook e8. How did it go?
Rook to... Wait.
Rook e1, sorry. This rook is on e1. And we have this position, knight h5. This is it.
Yeah, and rook e3.
And he did play rook e3. Okay, so he gave up the exchange. And now he's going to get hit by the bum. There is no way Marc-Andrea is missing takes, and takes. 0 chance. Yeah. There is just no way. He's a tactically very good player.
In fact, I suggest to stay here, and he's just going to play. Look at this. He wanted to play, but he's taking still some seconds. We saw his hand going up towards the rook. But white to rush, he has good 36 minutes, and he will just double check. Of course, he sees this tactic.
Of course, there's no chance
he sees this tactic. And well, if he
0%.
managed to win, he will be the first person taking the lead in this tournament. And you know what? He actually plays quite nicely.
He plays lovely chess, does Marc-Andrea. And yeah, if he wins, he'll be on 5.5. And depending on the other results on board 2, 3, or 4, he might be the only player on 5.5. It depends if there are some draws. We will come back to this. Let's go to board 2. I'm keeping an eye on board 1 here. We have this position after a bunch of moves, and basically it's gone exactly as I thought. The knight came to c4. It then came to a5, hitting the bishop. The queen came up. We actually had this position, queen d2. Knight d7, the bishop came back, getting back into play in h4. Knight d4. This is the position after move 22. And as I mentioned before, you don't really get much better positions than in a Benoni structure than this. White can always put the knight back on c4, which he's just done to perfect b2 and attack d6, and the rook attacks a7. So a backwards move with a multi-purpose attack, and well, it's just really bad for black. You defending the multiple weaknesses. Now you can go knight b3. So black can win an exchange, but white has sacrificed this on purpose. He's saying that you can win an exchange, but then you can't defend d6, you can't defend a7, but black absolutely must go for this. After knight c4, you have to take the material here. You take the material, and then you say, okay, I'll try and make your life difficult. And we have a result, Ketty.
We do have a result. Vasil Ivanchuk has won yet another game, and in a very beautiful way, against Daniel Gormally. Let's take a look at that.
Yeah, it kind of went as we thought. Rook he1, knight g6, h4. Lovely move here by Chucky. He's trying to distract the knight away from the 7 pawn, so you can't take the pawn because you take the pawn check. So he kicked the knight around, the bishop went to g5. Wow, this knight has gone on a h6. This is absolutely gorgeous play. The bishop went back, bishop d8 check, and g5. Wow, that is stunning. The point is that after knight takes e1, you play the move bishop f6, and you're actually threatening to mate the black king. And if the knight comes back, you play bishop takes h8. And the point is that the rook is going to take an eternity to get back. In the meanwhile, rook d8 is coming. And you can also just bring the bishop to f6, threatening g6. And you're going to make a way for that
Right.
h pawn.
You can also do bishop g8, bishop h7, and g6, g7. That's another idea.
Yes,
you can do.
also works.
Yeah.
Also works. Many ways. And actually, after g5, I think Danny had enough here.
They played some more moves.
g5,
Bishop c5 happened, biship to f6,
Yeah.
rook to e8,
Yeah.
and Ivanchuk went g6 here to break the king side. Pawn takes h7, and here we had resignation.
Catastrophe for Danny, this game today. The opening was an interesting choice, but it's obvious he didn't go deep enough in his preparation because he got a very, very bad position. And this was 25 moves. Ivanchuk played beautiful.
Lovely game.
Lovely game.
Moving forward to the next game, Minko against Moussard. Here we have actually crazy continuation after we saw this game last time. They actually made a bunch of moves here. White started to bring a lot of pieces on the king side. Look at this.
Oh, wow.
h5 here.
But it all works. I mean, white trying to mate black, but it all works. Rook d1, and now he just said, okay, I'll take it. Yeah, bishop takes h5. I mean, this is a good try by white. Once you've given up a piece, you really need to go kind of all in anyway. Now, the question is, can I just take this bishop? And the answer is probably. Like, can I just take this bishop?
I think, yeah, we actually have more moves today.
Yeah.
After bishop to h5, black took this bishop, rook to g3, and rook to f8. Queen takes on h5, queen to f5, and here we have this position where black has extra 2 pieces. Is not it?
Yeah, this is GG. This is over. This is about as losing as it gets. You can't defend this position as white. You're 2 pieces down. You've got no real attack.
There is also the pin, so you cannot really move the bishop from g5 to create some checkmate threats. Pawn on f2 is hanging. We do have a move
Queen
there.
e2.
Queen e2.
Yeah, but now Jules will probably just play knight f6. This is the easiest move in the world to then try and unravel. It's 2 pieces and there's no attack.
Yeah.
And if bishop h6, you can just go rook f7.
Oh, there's rook d8 maybe.
Oh yeah, I'm blundering something. Sorry. Knight h5 then, which is the other idea.
Yeah.
You're hitting here, and yeah, it's just over. Yep, that's going to be 0-1. Zero doubts here. There's no way. There's not even any tricks for white. So Jules Moussard is going to win, and that will also leapfrog him into 5 points. So Jules is still very much in the mix.
We are getting an information that we have a guest coming in the studio. So let's take a technical break and we'll be back with a guest and more commentary.
See you shortly. Hello everybody and welcome back. This is live coverage of round number 6 of the Sunway Sitges International Chess Tournament. I'm delighted to be joined by one of the greatest Durham has ever produced, Grandmaster Danny Gormally. Danny, thanks for joining us. Danny, today didn't go really as I guess you hoped. It was a tough game. You were playing the legendary Vasil Ivanchuk, as he's now called. I thought you had a genius idea in the opening, but at some moment things went horribly wrong. If you're okay to talk about the game,
sure,
we
can.
You played a very interesting. It was a Sicilian. It was a 4-knight Sicilian, mainline Sicilian, and then you went for G6 here, which is almost never seen, right? It's very rare.
Well, the problem is, mate, I'm struggling at the moment, so I don't have a laptop, so I'm not preparing very well, and I just got the move order wrong.
You got the move order wrong?
Yeah, obviously you're supposed to put the bishop on G7, force him to go bishop E3 before you do this, and then, so I'm getting it. I didn't know what I was doing already. I'll move 6.
Well, it's interesting because I thought, oh, this was just some genius preparation.
No. It's not preparation really. It's just made up on the board almost. I did sort of vaguely prepare the main line of the accelerated dragon.
Right.
But I didn't know how to get there. So I saw he had some games in it. I was trying to get to the position I wanted.
Well,
I think so maybe you go
G6.
G6. Yeah, exactly. This is where I got confused. Maybe I was just too nervous because I'm playing against one of my chess heroes, right?
Right.
And someone looked up to when I was a kid. I looked up to all these people like Anand and Ivanchuk and Kramnik.
Yeah, I mean, you do get nervous. I mean, I've played Korchnoi, I've played Timman. And
Kramnik, you played Kramnik, right?
I played Kramnik. You're right.
We were talking about that game earlier.
Yeah.
Keith was saying apparently he congratulated you on that draw with White, and you were like, "Wow, I was White," So.
I don't remember saying that.
That sounds like you, right?
No. I wouldn't. I remember that I prepared a line against Kramnik, and it went basically down that line, so I got very lucky.
Right. Yeah.
You're right. I have played Kramnik. Well, look, he's a legend of the game. Let's have a look at what happened. So, we're knight c3. You went g6. Now, if he were to take here, were you going to take with the d pawn? I guess you were, right?
Well, it's already, this is why I already felt uncomfortable, right? Because, because b takes an e5. I think that is a line, actually.
Of course it's a line.
Knight g8, right?
That's right, yeah. And
but it's not very good.
Yeah, some queen f3 or bishop f4.
Yeah, it's just a lot better for White. This is a problem, right? So I've already messed up.
Yeah, but he didn't play it.
Yeah, so he gave me a second chance. I should just go d6.
You should go d6 here, yeah.
But then, of course,
it takes e5.
Yeah, that's... Oh, okay, also possible, yeah.
I don't know.
Or maybe he could just transpose into normal drag and go f3. Because
of course he can.
And then go bishop e3. I suspect that's what he would have done.
But you would have been reasonably happy with this, wouldn't you? Like a normal dragon?
Yeah, maybe. But obviously I don't know the theory that well. Because normally I played a knight off, but...
Yes.
But I was worried about... He might have prepared. I'm not sure if he didn't bother to prepare for me.
No, he will have.
He would have prepared for me, right.
I mean, you're still a grandmaster.
Maybe it's like, this guy's so weak, this Gormally. I'm not so bothered about preparing for him.
Well, it's funny because a few rounds ago, I'm in the hallway and he taps on my shoulder and he says, "Can you help me with my chess space? I can't get the windows."
Can you help me with my chess space? I cannot get the windows.
Yeah, exactly. That was basically it. Anyway, so you went bishop g7.
Yeah.
And now he took...
Wait, so there's a problem, yeah. So if I tap out a b pawn and he goes e5, I didn't really like this, but this is probably what I should try, right? Oh, yeah, actually, I was thinking about knight g4, but queen g4, d5, I wasn't sure, like. You can win a pawn?
Yeah, but you've got a lot of comp here, right?
I should have done this. I should have done this.
Definitely should have done this.
I should have done this, Okay, maybe, arguably, he probably outplayed me from here, but I was thinking negative. It's very hard when you play these guys. Like when I play people like Adams as well, I'm like shaking, because, somehow your brain is telling you should be nervous when in reality they're just like human like you, right?
Well, and also they're well past their prime, with all due respect.
But then again, so am I.
Well, so is everyone. So we're all past them. But what I'm saying is, Vasya, he's a great player, but he's only 26, 30.
Yeah,
You've beaten guys much better than that. On paper, 26-30.
Not many, but yeah.
Well, you have.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, I mean, it's true. He is not as good as he was, but still, like, he came out with a genius idea and a conception of the game later on. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was very educational. So I'm kind of glad that I did play into this bad end game because it's kind of educational how he played it.
Well, let's have a look at the game. You decided to take this way, which is understandable, but of course now you lose casting rights. A4 is perfect.
A4 is really, actually, I thought that was a star move of the game.
Great
because
move.
A lot of players here would instead of A4, they'd play like, I would have panicked and just gone bishop F4 or, just play like an active move. But just to be so calm, just go A4. Mm. I was actually thinking in the game, like in golf, they go... Mm-hmm. Like some players are built differently. That's what I was thinking. I wonder what they meant by that. Now I start to understand, they're built differently because they're just like...
Some players are only... You're not born... Basically, you're born with that move. You can't be coached that move, that feel.
But it's also high-level kind of prophylactic thinking, Dvoretsky kind of... Do you know what I mean? Like Russian school of chess, Soviet school of chess. level thinking, right?
Yes.
To go A4, like really prophylaxis calmness. And obviously black hasn't really got anything here. So, yeah, maybe I want to go E6, but the problem is he goes bishop F4, and then it's just a bit grotty, right?
It's awful. Castle's long.
Horrible position.
Yeah.
So I tried knight G4.
I think this is okay, knight G4. It's okay.
I thought he might try F4 after knight G4, but... or F3 was also possible. Yeah, F4, but I don't think he needs it really. Like giving me ideas like bishop D4 or even bishop C3 and knight F6.
Yes.
It's not so clear.
No.
So
feels a bit loose.
I think what he did was absolutely correct. You just play. You don't try to do anything special. Just develop like Ding says. Just develop the pieces and see what happens. Yeah,
bishop D2 now.
I think F5 is a mistake. I think
it's beyond a mistake.
It's just the worst move I've ever played.
It's Cantona booting somebody in Crystal Palace 1996 or whatever.
It's pseudo active, right? Because my position's already creaking and then I'm trying to lash out. I mean,
but you could just go bishop D4 here.
I was worried about castles. I thought he's better.
Castle's long.
Castle's short. Side, yeah, I thought he's bad because eventually the bishop would be a target on D4.
Yeah, but somehow
I probably should be able to survive.
Yeah,
this.
like you can
King C7.
King C7.
Yeah, it's nonsense what I did.
Yeah, and when you get hit, then you gain the tempo against the bishop, and then in a lot of lines you can consolidate with a move like A5, and I mean,
it's not lovely, right?
Well, it's
okay.
It's totally fine.
Yeah, it's really panic stations here. Just horrible.
F5's a panic.
F5 is like just. I saw as soon as I started thinking about his position, I thought, well, hang on, he can play moves like F3 or H3, and I've really got nothing because I don't want to go back to F6 because that blocks my bishop.
Yeah.
And it go back to E5, but then he starts to get all this play on. Yeah, I mean, F5 is just a shocker. That's what I'm saying. I'm just getting nervous.
It is a panicky move.
If I was playing against someone low rated, I would have gone.
No way you would.
I would have gone bishop D4.
Of course,
because you're not trying to do as much, right?
Yeah, of course.
But like F5 is you're absolutely right. It's like a shocking move. Yeah. Anyway.
I think after that, actually, your position's irreparably bad. It's just too many weaknesses.
H3 is a great move.
Yeah, H3 is great. Bishop A2 is fine. You went back. I mean, I understand.
Well, the problem was I started to realise if I go, I wanted to go Rook F8 here with the idea of F4 blocking him.
Yes.
But then he castles, right?
Yeah.
I haven't got time for F4, so go King C7. But then he's got moves like he's got lots of moves here, like which are good. Like Bishop G5 is good. And if Bishop F6 and Bishop H6, for example. I mean, that's quite a nice line because if I go Rook E8, F4, and then, it's Knight D7, then E5, even E5 maybe. It's just tremendous, right?
I mean, this is
like
just...
G4, like the game, right?
You can go G4. I guess you can do all kinds of things here.
Well, even Bishop F7 Rook's starting to run out of squares, right? Maybe Bishop G5. Yeah, I mean, it's really nice, really nasty. And then E6 wasn't.
E6, Knight F6.
And then, maybe it's defending. Maybe it's defending, right?
But I mean, look at the state of this bishop on H8.
It's just, what am I doing? Why am I even bothering to play chess? It's cost me a fortune this tournament. I'm just playing like an absolute fish.
No, not. You're on 4 out of 5. You were on 4 out of 5. 4 out of 6.
It's worth looking at the end, actually.
Yeah, let's keep on going.
Yeah. You're probably showing it already.
We have seen it. So King C7. So he took. I think in this position here.
I was right about Rook E1.
Rook E1
was tremendous.
Tremendous.
Because I looked at lines like Bishop F6, then he goes E5.
Lovely move.
And I thought Bishop F4, yeah. And if I take with a bishop, he takes on Rook E5.
Tremendous.
Yeah, so probably I have to go E5, but it's just tremendously creaking. Just like F4.
F4.
E5, F4. It's just horrendous. But what he did was, I missed this idea of going G4. It's really dynamic.
But this is just almost over, right, for you?
Oh, it's horrendous. But probably the game was even more over.
This is also nice what he did, G4.
Well, I think this is what amateur players underestimate, is the power of dynamic ball moves.
Mm-hmm.
So I wanted to go Knight C5 here, but then the problem is he goes Bishop E3, for example. Well, he's probably got lots of good moves here. And it's just, I mean, what do I do after that? Maybe B6. Maybe I'm hanging on, but it looks bad.
Maybe there's something else.
There's probably something better, like bishop g5 actually might be quite a good move. Oh yeah, e5, bishop e7, and then he comes in, right?
Yeah. And if he takes, are you gonna intermezzo him? You can't, right?
Oh, I could
you nearly
take.
can.
We'll take maybe just even. Oh, just take back and then bishop e6 and then play for the comp. Yeah, I mean, he'd want more than this, really. He'd want more than this.
What
maybe
about just rook h1?
Well, another move is b4 actually. B4.
B4 immediately might work actually.
Yeah, because I can't take on c3, so I have to go knight a6. Not much fun, right? But well, maybe it's okay. It's hard to believe.
Very hard to believe.
It's very hard, yeah. But maybe b5 is one option.
It's creaky.
I'd have to ask Chucky himself, right?
I think this was your best try though, probably.
I think so, because I'm just losing tactically in the game. As soon as I played that, actually, I thought, what happens if he goes bishop f4, king b6, and then bishop back to e3? Because there's even lines like king c7, bishop d4, but then I go rook d8.
Yeah.
And I got some ideas of sacking the exchange, or going knight d3 check.
Mm-hmm.
So rook e1 was very, I completely underestimated this idea of just sacking the exchange, right? Rook e1.
Yep.
And knight g6, and then this amazing h4 idea.
Beautiful.
Yeah. It's like genius, right? This is like...
Your knight has done quite the trip, though, hasn't it? I mean, it's gone knight g4, knight e5, knight d7.
Ah, it's just
knight back to e5.
It's gone further than me. It's gone further than me. I've gone from Bali Benidorm to Sitges on the coach. But yeah, if I take on can I go take on g4? But then he goes h5, right?
Yeah, h5.
Have knight f8. Lose the bishop. Lose the bishop. Yeah. So I tried e5. Obviously, once you went h4, I realised the game's over.
Yes.
Because, I mean, also, actually, you know what I was expecting here? After knight h4, I was expecting h6.
Yep.
Right, which I think is winning. Yep. Bishop f8. Or like bishop f6, he goes g5.
Yep.
Rook takes e5.
Yeah.
And then if knight f3, does bishop f... Yeah, knight f3, bishop f4.
Beautiful.
Bishop d6, rook e7 check.
Oh.
and it works the same even if I go knight g6, right? After rook e5.
Yeah.
Knight g6.
Yeah.
No, sorry. If I go bishop d6, right? Bishop f4, knight g6, he still goes rook e7 check.
Wowzers.
And that's like lovely, like lights out, right? So I have to go bishop d6 in this line. So maybe actually bishop d. This is what he wasn't sure about. Like
right
at the end, they go bishop d6. Sorry, just show that.
Sorry, after what move? h6.
Yeah, bishop. Okay, it's irrelevant because what he did was win anyway. But now yeah. No, knight g6, sorry, instead of bishop d6, right? And I thought maybe even rook f5 was possibly very strong. If I take knight e5, bishop f4, bishop d6, he's got rook takes d6.
Oh, wow. And
then knight e4, and that's just like kaput. So I'd probably have to put the knight on h4 or something like that. This is winning,
it's
right?
check.
This is winning, yeah. But what he did was like much more convincing, or seemed to be. Genius idea, right? These guys, that's why they're like so good, right?
Yeah, he played bishop g5 and h6.
Yeah, it's just like baby chess, like a symbol. A g5,
oh, it's gorgeous, yeah.
Fantastic, right? And it is designed.
And the idea is if knight takes e1, he goes bishop f6.
Yeah, threatening mate. Like mate and attack. And the rook.
And if knight f3, you just take. You can't take here because of this check.
Yeah.
And just bishop g7.
So basically I just messed up the opening. I didn't really know. I should go for that knight g4 line, like you say. And later on, like bishop, you get slight chances against these guys. I didn't take it, right?
Well, you didn't take it today. So unfortunately, you did lose. But you're on 4 out of 6 now. This is a different tournament because it's a 10-rounder. Big difference between this and a 9-rounder. Because suddenly, if you get 7 out of 10, that's a decent prize. That's.
You think they'll even win a prize though?
Yeah.
So many players. You think 7 will win a prize?
7 will win something. It won't win much, but it'll be okay. Of course, you've got to win 3 games.
I've got work cut out to get 7, I think, because I'm going to be back in the pack playing some underrated juniors, and that's probably going to be lights out for me. I need to play better than that game. That game was like a 140 game.
That game wasn't great, but look, we all have bad games, and we all have moments.
Yeah, but he made me look bad because genius play, right?
The good news is when people read the result, Ivanchuk 1, Gormally 0, they're just going to say, okay, well, that's a normal kind of result. It's not like you lost to an 1800 like that. I mean, you did play somebody who played extremely well.
Exactly.
He didn't make a mistake. And you didn't deserve to win, right? So you just got to move on.
I was thinking before the game, if I lost, I shouldn't even be thinking about losing, but you're going to be really annoyed because it's a loser attitude. Think, oh, he's a great player, it doesn't matter. That's a loser attitude, right?
Yes. But I think that's something just to work on. And also, if you lose, you lose. There are worse. I mean, we all hate losing. I'm also a chess player, and it can bother
mate.
you. But
how's your GM like?
Well, exactly.
Crusade to get the GM title.
I don't have any. I think I've played. I think I've played 12 rated games this year.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So I've not played any chess. Maybe I'll get back on it if the situation.
You definitely got the talent level to become
Thanks,
GM,
Danny.
right?
I appreciate it. I appreciate that.
If you give me $100,000,
yes,
I'll do a training camp. Me and Keith, and we'll get you to GM.
For chess or for Tiddlywinks? Because I think for Tiddlywinks you lot could help me out. But no, I'd like to get back to playing at some point.
I think it's harder now to become a GM.
Yes, it is harder
because it's depressing. Like most of the pairings that I play are much younger players, and even like you say, Ivanchuk, he's an older guy, but he probably thinks that himself. He's playing he's like fighting against the tide in a way, but he's still doing so successfully because he's 26-30, right?
Yeah. No, it must be hard for him as well. Well, look, just keep your chin up. There's still a few more games. Try and win a few more.
Anyway, thanks for having me on the interview.
Appreciate you coming into the studio after a tough game. So what we'll do is we're going to take another break, get set up again, and we're going to continue with the round 6 coverage. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Coming back to the round 6 of Sunway Sitges Festival, we have a very special guest in the studio, 11 years old Parisa. Hello and welcome to our studio. How do you feel today after winning your game?
I feel really happy because he was a lot higher rated than me.
Tell me, how many points do you have and which group do you play?
I'm in Group B and I'm now on 2 points.
I know that you are here with your brother too, and I heard that he plays in the Group A. So tell me about his tournament.
He's playing in the Group A and I think he's 2000 and he's 14 years old. I think he's on 2.5 points or 3.
Okay.
And he won today as well.
Oh, that's a good day for you guys. Tell me, how do you like it here and what you like the most besides the chess tournament?
So what I do generally.
Yeah.
I really like swimming. That's why I love this hotel because they have a pool. I'm in swim squad. I like dancing, acting.
Oh,
and
perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect, I love that. So you're gonna be here for a while. So let's now put up the screen, board on the screen, and we can also see some of the games. And you can take us through some of these moves. So let's start actually with board 2. And we can analyze this game. Do you mind if you make some moves here? I can tell you the moves. And you can make it on the board, or I can make it also on the board. Okay, so we have this one, last move, and now white went to queen b8, and white took this rook. Maybe you can do it actually. Rook takes the rook on a8. Yeah, this is the board 2, Ido Gorshtein against Julian Sofronie. No, the white plays rook takes rook. Yeah, and bishop takes this rook. Then we have pawn d7, attacking the rook. So black has to move this rook on d8, in front of the pawn. So white captures the pawn on e5 in the center with the knight. And here we have queen going to d6, just in front of the pawn. D6 the other side. Yeah. There we go. And we have pawn on h file going back forward to h6. Look at that. He wants now knight to move away and checkmate on g7. So black plays f6 to stop that happening and attacks the knight. We have queen to b3. Check. And wow, crazy move here. Bishop to d5 to cover in that check. And when white takes this bishop with a pawn, we have queen to... Actually, it is black to move now, but black will capture the knight on e5. So that's going to be the position. And tell me what you like here. Do you like white's position or black's position more?
I'm not sure. Black is winning. He's up in exchange, but white is attacking more. So, I would say black because he's up material. But
I like black's position here more. So here black actually captured with the pawn instead. Let me show that. Just one move back. Okay, here captured with the pawn. And this seems to be a blunder. So now white can actually find the move, which is bishop to h3 to guard this pawn here. And you want to play this move, and now you are just standing better here with white pieces.
Yeah.
So, wow, see one blunder here from black side, and the position can't. Yeah. And black doesn't have too much of time. Tell me, how do you like this time control?
In standard, I get really scared when it gets below 15 minutes even, because I just feel like it's too quick, even though you get a 30-second increment.
But do you like to play blitz games or rapid games?
Yeah, I like playing blitz games, yeah.
Yeah, and if you can choose from bullet game, blitz game, or rapid game, or classical game, what would you choose?
I would choose rapid because there's more time, so you get to think more and you have a more chance of winning.
Yeah, so you like to think a little bit, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's really, really good. We have a lot of side events here at this tournament. Do you play some? I saw you yesterday playing ping pong tournament,
Yeah, I was
right?
playing the ping pong tournament.
How did it go?
Yeah, I lost. But yeah, it was close, but yeah.
That's fine, that's fine. Have you played some blitz or rapid tournament?
I played 2 of the blitz and the rapid, and I'm happy because I beat a 1600 in one. When you lose, it doesn't matter because it's just blitz.
Yes.
But yeah.
Tell me how you deal with these moments when you lose your classical game, and like what happens after you finish the game, you resign. Then what's the day for you?
I mean, I don't really mind because my rating is quite low anyway, so and I can always get it back because I play a lot of blitz. So I don't really mind if I lose every game.
Okay, that's a good approach. Not to be stressed. Do you have your favorite chess player?
My favorite chess player? My brother.
Oh, that was unexpected too, brother, right?
He teaches me a lot.
Really? Oh, I see. Brother is a bit shy. Who's the brother's favorite chess player? Who's your favorite chess player?
I don't know. I guess Maurizzi is kind of interesting.
Wow, you like his sharp positions and the play. Okay, okay. This is very interesting scenario. That's pretty cool, actually. And do you have your favorite woman chess player?
I like Anna Kramling.
You don't
She's
like her?
very nice. I took a picture with her when I was 7.
Yeah.
And then, like 4 years later, I got the same picture with her. So it was very
Really?
funny, yeah.
Oh, that's so nice. That's so nice. Okay, let's see more chess games. Now we can check it out what is happening on the first board. Is there someone here at this tournament that you think gonna win the tournament A?
That I know.
No, just anyone that you think is so strong and a favorite in that group that.
I mean, you know, Danny Gormally.
Yes.
I know him. I think he's quite strong.
Yes.
Although he lost today, he was playing a really high-rated player, so
Yes. Vasily Ivanchuk.
yeah.
Yeah. So you support him, right? I heard
Yeah.
that he was your coach, right?
Oh yeah, he used to be my coach. Yeah.
That's pretty cool. So we have some moves here. Just give me a second. We can take a look what happened. After f6, this is the last time we saw this position. Queen went to d7, just next to the queen. You can make that move. Yeah, offering a queen trade. And yeah, then black did not take this queen, played rook to e8, guard the queen, and so like if you want to take that one. So white captured the queen.
Okay.
Rook captured the queen back, and knight is hanging now on e5, so knight went on c4.
Alright.
Did it back, yeah. Okay. So then black said like, okay, I also have a knight, and I will go on d5 to attack your pawn on b4. So knight went to d6 now. Some crazy knight moves.
Yeah.
Rook went to c7. And we have b5. Trying to open up the queen side and create a pass pawn there. Bishop went to f8 to attack the knight. And now we have, yeah, bishop f8. And we have a fancy move. Pawn on b6, attacking the rook. So if you take my knight, I'll take your rook. Yeah, pawn on b6. No, with white, yeah.
Oh,
White pawn goes on b6. Instead of taking, you just go forward. Oh, which okay, let me do that. Let me do that. This is your first day in the office, right? It can be challenging. Okay, so we're going the board. Yeah, okay, we're here. So white went to b6, attacking the rook. And this rook went on c2, attacking the bishop. So now white's two pieces are hanging at this point, this one and this one. So I decided to play bishop to a3. And what we have? More attack on the king side. And this rook is just chasing the bishop. So we have this position, and what do you think? Who's better here?
Black.
Black is better,
Black, 'cause
right?
he's got material again, yeah.
You like extra material,
Yeah.
right? I also like extra
Yeah.
material. Yeah, in this position actually, black is winning, and yeah, that's going to be quite interesting situation if Mark Andrea wins this game. Then he will be the first player who will have the most of the scores, and then he will wait for others to finish. Tell me which is your favorite opening with white pieces?
White pieces, I played the closed Italian.
You like Italian?
Yeah. I used to just play the Italian, but then I got taught, like it's tricky to play against the closed Italian.
Okay, and tell me who's winning at home, you or your brother?
Well, I drew against him once, but he's better than me, so.
Okay, I see that. And tell me about your brother. How old is he?
He's 14,
14.
and he's in year 10. Yeah.
Awesome. And do you have some goal to achieve in chess? You want to become a grandmaster or world champion?
I want to at least get a WCM later, though.
Okay, that's your goal.
Yeah, right now, but yeah.
Okay, and tell me how many hours do you practice per day?
Maybe 1.5, one-ish.
Every day.
Because I have school, yeah.
Yeah, have school. Okay, that's going to be very tough to practice more, right? When you
Yeah.
have school too. All right. So this is actually this game. Oh, we don't see the game, but we have this beautiful view here. Is it your first time in Spain in Sitges?
I came last year and the year before, but the year before I didn't play in the tournament. I just came because my brother was playing.
And then I remembered you last year. You were playing. Yeah. That I remembered. So you like here?
Yeah. It's a good hotel because it has pool, it has a game room. It's a good hotel, so it's fun.
That's pretty nice, and we have this beautiful view here. And what is the activities you are doing before the tournament? Is there any games that you are playing?
I play the rapid. I sometimes go cycling into town.
Oh, wow.
I don't do this before the game, but after the game I'll go swimming. It's relaxing and it's really fun with my friend.
Oh, you met your friends here. Tell me about your
yeah.
friends.
She's the same age as me. Her brother is friends with my brother.
Okay.
So it's like he has a friend and I have a friend.
Okay.
She's really nice, yeah.
I like her. Oh, that's very good to have friends at this tournament. Well, thank you so much for visiting me in the studio. We're going to have an interview with you to get more information.
Yeah.
I've heard very interesting things about you. And we will just take a very short technical break and we'll be back with more analysis. You guys don't go anywhere because round 6 at Sunway Sitges Chess Festival is still in progress. Thank you very much for visiting.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me.
Sure. And we're back. This is 6th round of Sunway Sitges Chess Festival. Lawrence and Katty in the studio, and we're going to take a look at the most important games now on the top boards. We do have a result on the first board, Lawrence.
Yeah, and a big result. Marc-Andrea Maurizzi has, in fact, won against Robert Aloma. Things started to get a bit out of control for the Spanish player. After what looked like a promising opening, things started to go downhill. We're going to have a quick look at the game. We last saw it around here after knight h5, and white's knights have been driven to the side of the board. This pawn on e3 controls a lot of things. So after knight h5, the move rook takes e3 was played by Robert. He's sacrificed an exchange in order to get some comfort, but then Marc-Andrea launches into the position with this gorgeous tactic, knight takes g3. The point is that after h takes g3, you can actually take the knight, white takes back, and this queen comes swooping in, and there's no way to protect both pieces. Which meant that Aloma played knight f2, but already by now an exchange down, no real compensation. The game is more of a technicality. The pawn was won, but then the knight came in, kicking the queen all over the place. And now look at this. Rook takes a2, gorgeous move.
Oof.
The queen just in
That's
mega
brutal.
trouble. Yeah, the queen just in mega trouble. Rook e1, knight g4. Okay, Robert tried to get some activity, but Marc-Andrea had everything covered. And look at this move. Rook takes f1, making his life easier. Sometimes that's the best way. Now f6. The point is you're attacking the knight, and you're ready to come in with your queen.
I'm sorry.
No worries. Queen d7, rook e8. The queen trade doesn't help white's cause, and sooner than he thought, Aloma decided to resign, because after bishop takes here, a pawn drops, this pawn drops, and this is an easy game. So a really interesting game, but one that ultimately Aloma will be very disappointed with, because he had a really nice position at some point. But that does mean that one of the top seeds, Marc-Andrea Maurizzi, 5.5 out of 6, going into round 7.
The board 3 has also finished, and they have agreed on a draw. Here we had international master from Poland, Krzysztof Raczek, against international master from India, Anvesh Upadhyaya. And this game, actually, not this one that we have on the screen. We have not spent that much of time to analyze that game today for some reason.
Well, it was
but
quite.
Yeah, it's.
Yeah, it wasn't the most cutthroat game. So I think a draw there, from what I saw, is very fair.
All right, this is the game in progress. We have seen some of the moves here with my new co-host.
Yes.
And this was the moment actually to stop. I have a question here on move 37.
Yes.
There was this check.
Yes.
This is a bad move. It's not a good move. But instead of this, queen c4 was a good move. Can we take a look? What is the difference after queen c4? What happens if black plays the same bishop d5?
It's because after this takes, and takes, you may have the move pawn to b4 here. It's very difficult to see. The point is that if you now take on b4, I think there's a d6 check and queen c8. I don't know which order, but maybe something like this and queen c7 maybe. It's a penetration down the c-file that is only available thanks to the queen being on c4, whereas in the game with the queen on b3, this great move, bishop d5, takes and takes, there is no b4. So black can hold on to this kind of construction. Although, if we go to the position that's on the board in the game after rook f8, the position is still completely toast. The question is, how are we going to do it? It's a very beautiful construction here with the bishops.
It is very beautiful. Like, it's almost checkmate to black's king. So the first and natural move here is to give this check. On h4, but there is rook to f6.
Yes.
Covering the king, but like I have a feeling that there's a Zugzwang in this position.
I think the human move here is you see queen h4 and then rook f6, so you kind of say, okay, I don't really know what to do there. It's not totally straightforward how you break through here.
I would play queen to a7 here.
Queen a7, also good. The point of this move actually is that in some positions, you're actually threatening d8 equals queen. For example, let's say black played g5 here, okay? I think white's idea is to play d8 equals queen, discover check, you have to take, and now white wants to win a pawn on h7 and cause another headache for black. And with the exposed king, you can't stop the pawn and checkmate all at the same time. So this is actually quite a big thing. And so after queen a7, Julian has to find a move here. Probably he's going to go king d8, is my guess. And then it's still not totally clear how white breaks through here. It's not totally clear. Maybe queen b7. It's not actually over, because black has got the idea of going e4, e3. This is a really important form of counterplay. And then he's going to try and weaken this structure to come in here. So although I think white is probably winning, we know the computer says it is winning. Mm-hmm. It's a question of, has Gorshtein found the way? And I'm not sure he has yet. So we will see. Abajal against Song. Well, what an unbelievable spot here for Song. Pawn up. No danger anywhere to his position. It's just a case of, has he got enough to convert here? Now the machine says dead draw.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I guess the reason is, if you go knight to d7, which looks like the way you would play this position.
Can I do queen e7? To
queen e7 looks very good. And yeah, if queen d8, you can actually just take and go bishop g4. No, let me try and bishop c6 is better, sorry. And you are displacing the knight, and then you're going to win the pawn. So actually that would be like an immediate draw. If you don't go knight d7, if you play a move like, I don't know, king f8, which makes a lot of sense. You can just stand here as white, play a move like queen d4. Yeah, I don't really see Tal losing this position, to be honest. But now knight d7 comes. Look, only black can win this position. And I think he's going to make Tal work. I don't think this is going to be straightforward to hold.
Really?
Yeah.
So I was like, if I can choose this one, I would choose white here.
Wow.
Because also with the same approach, if anyone wins, it can be white because of... basically, you have this extra pawn on b file, but it can never move.
Yeah.
You have to guard it always, but I see this f7 pawn that can be under attack, something like rook f5, bishop d5 idea. And white's king is safe, bishop controls everything, black has no target at all, and white has two targets, b6 pawn and f7 pawn.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, true, but I think black is solid enough, right? If the knight gets to c5, I don't see how you're going to do this. But okay, there's been a bunch, there's been loads of moves. Let's see what's been going on here.
Oh, wow! They have a lot of moves. Let's see which move is the last one you see here. 97, move 44. Okay, so after what? H4, 97 didn't happen.
Okay, so
instead of that.
Yeah, queen c4 happened.
Queen c4, rook takes... Yeah, black just decided to give up this pawn and take a4 instead. Mm-hmm. So queen d8 check, king goes on h7. We have queen d3 check, king goes back. They repeated moves, and black played g6. White goes with h5. Queen b4, takes on g6. And it is white to move. Yeah, seems like there was the practical chance here in this way for black to trade the rooks and create a passed pawn on a file, but is this enough?
I mean, if you're black here, you're this is dream world, because you're just obviously free rolling this position, it's bad. It's like, okay, the queen is gonna, I can see Tal, he's gonna go, he goes queen d8,
attacking the knights.
Yeah, this is probably a very good move.
Yeah.
Because now, if the king goes to g7, wow, this mouse is really, we can give a check.
Let's just refresh the...
Gonna just refresh things. Let's, oh no, we lost our moves.
That's fine, just go down to...
No, we can't, they're gone. The moves are gone.
Give me here.
Yeah, because there's a lag, remember? There's a lag.
Okay, that's fine. Let's do it again. Takes, check. King goes here. They repeat it, but I will just play this move. Here we have queen here, takes, and queen to d8.
Yeah. And actually, this is a clever move from Tal, because I think this does actually draw. Because after here, you give a check on c7, and it looks very difficult to escape the checks. King f8 or king g8 check.
If you cover, then you
lose
drop
the
this
pawn.
one. So this is really smart diagonal for white. If you go here...
Queen
can I
c7
play?
check.
I don't play bishop d5, right?
No, queen c7. King e6 will be played. This is what he will do. And the thing is, you can still give checks. Queen c8 check. And if king d6, queen c6 check. And if king... Yeah, you can play that check as well. It all matters.
Yeah, you know, maybe
Yeah,
I'll
maybe you
play
win a
for
pawn
win.
here. Why not, actually? Why not? Why not? This is a bad... What I've done is very bad. Yeah, and actually, this is happening. So queen c7, king f8. He's going to give another check. He's going to give another check on d8.
The black king is too exposed.
Yeah, queen d8, because if knight e8, there's bishop c6. Yeah, it's going to be a draw.
Which
It's great
takes
for
us
some.
down to... Yeah, that's what I'm saying, actually. It's great for Song to keep the leader's position, but it's even greater for Maurizzi, Mark Andrea, as actually so far no one has scored a point among the leader group. So either Gorshtein is someone who has advantage, and he might catch up Maurizzi.
Yeah, queen d8 check played in this game. I guess he's going to go king g7. King f7.
King f7.
Okay, he's going to give another check on c7 here, almost certainly. Well, this is just going to be a draw. Queen c7 check. He's saying, if you want to put the king on e6, give it a go. But there's queen c8 check, and then you're getting checked everywhere. The king doesn't have enough cover. And this will end in a draw. So it's a great result for Song, because his hopes of a Grandmaster norm are very alive. He's played already, I think this will be his third Grandmaster.
Mm-hmm. We have to go right away to the board too. Something crazy is happening there.
Okay.
White just decided to promote the pawn to bishop. And let's see what actually happened. Check happened.
Yeah.
Rook f6. And then white goes with b3, queen b6, queen to a4.
Yes.
Rook goes back on f8.
Yes.
And white just promotes here the bishop.
Love it. An under promotion to a bishop is...
Excuse me? What is happening?
It's a bit naughty. It's a little bit... I would say it's a little bit unsportsmanlike. I'm not sure if I like it, because of course his claim is that... Well, the point is you have to take this anyway, otherwise it's made. So it's a bit, I don't know if it's cheeky or unsportsmanlike. I don't know what this is. Artistic, maybe, I don't know. Of course, promoting it to a queen is the same thing. Okay, so he promotes it to bishop. You only have one move. You have to take this. The question is, how? If you take with the rook, now the queen comes sliding back and there's no protection. And when the king goes to d6, you can put the queen on f6. And this, again, looks kind of dangerous because e5 is so weak. And then if you go queen takes d8, then the problem is there's queen a7 check forcing again king d6. But when you lose the h7 pawn, I think your position is really lost because you have to deal with this pawn. So I think after d8 equals bishop, he's going to go rook takes d8, queen h4 check and king d6. I think this is the position he's going to try. Queen f6 and king c7. He's going to give up the e5 pawn and try and blockade like this. But then
Queen
you lose
g7.
queen g7. Maybe it's just losing. Maybe the whole thing just collapses and white has found an incredible little way to get through.
Giving up the key pawn on
Yeah.
from d7, but yeah, basically just getting better position. What is the checky thing that you have done in your chess career?
The cheekiest thing?
Yes,
Oh my God. What you mean
you've
on the
done
board?
a lot.
On the board?
Yeah, obviously.
On the board. I don't know. I'll have to think about that. The cheekiest. I don't. Well, I know that I've in blitz chess. I promoted to have 9 queens.
9 queens.
I had 9 queens.
No.
Yeah, my opponent didn't resign.
Where did you find 9 queens?
Well, I had 8 pawns, and my opponent didn't resign, so I promoted all my pawns in a way where I didn't stalemate my opponent, and I had 9 queens. So that's one. Another one I like doing, and again, it's blitz chess, because that's all I really play nowadays, is when my opponents don't resign,
Yeah.
and I normally play 1-minute games.
Yeah.
Let's say I've got checkmate in 1,
Yeah.
and I've got 35 seconds. What I like to do is you have this option to give your opponent time. So I give him time, and in a 1-minute game, my record, you add it's 15 seconds per click. You can give your opponent 15 seconds. And I try and reach my world record of how much time can my opponent finish with in the position.
That's online chess we're talking
online
about.
chess. So I give them like
But
30
can
or 40
everyone
minutes.
give it, like, or do you have this?
Yeah, you can give your opponent time.
Really?
Yeah, in most online platforms. And so I just click, and I just have this race where I try and beat and I think my world record at the moment is 36 minutes. So if we start with a 1-minute game, so that means 4 clicks. So if you work out every click is 15 seconds,
That's
4
not
clicks is a minute times like 35, 4 times 35, 140. So 140 clicks in a minute. And I do that because you're talking about checky. They know I can see checkmate in 1, right? They know it because it's just checkmate in 1. Most of the time it's just so obvious. And they don't resign. And I'm
Goodness.
why are you... I've got... if I had 3 seconds, it's okay. Or if I had 6 seconds, it's okay. I've got 35 seconds. Why aren't you resigning? And especially like when I've deliberately gone into the line, which gives me mate. So I'm like, okay, I'm going to punish you. That's what I did.
Wow.
There you go.
Look at you.
All right. I tell you who doesn't do it. Jing Yao Tin. He does not do that.
No.
But I tell you what he does do. He plays some very solid chess. He's never had a worse position, this guy, in his career.
Very solid.
He's only ever been slightly worse. He's never lost. No, I'm exactly. He's
very stable in
He's
this.
very stable.
In this tournament.
And he's playing against Ivanchuk here. Now, I don't know whether he's trying to win. I guess he is. I guess White is just saying, well, I've got a bit of a space advantage, got the bishop. But of course, it should be a draw. 4 against 4. Black's got an active rook. We're not going to spend time here because it should just be a draw. Lidi, by the way, survived a pretty tough position. I think at some point he was totally dead.
Look at that.
He was
He's just
totally
lost.
dead. What happened? How did he survive? So far, so good for White. Rook b4, massive blunder, humongous blunder. And it doesn't look like one, but look at this tactic that he missed. Rook takes a6. What an awesome tactic.
Brilliant move. Like when you take it, then I have c2 and you cannot stop this pawn.
Yeah, you have to give up a rook for the pawn. But the point is, to takes, we now reach a theoretically drawn ending. The 2 separated pawns, 2 against 3. You can try here, but you will never get anywhere. The black king is just too solid. You put a bishop on f6. There's just no way you ever... And in fact, they didn't... Oh, yes, they did. They did play on a bit. Let's have a look. So this is the setup that Lidi had. He just kept the bishop on the long diagonal. Even with the king, look at that setup here. Bishop on the long diagonal, covering the only penetrating square. You put your king out. If you get checked, the king can't make any progress. Just a total draw. You just keep that bishop anywhere
on the
here.
diagonal, and you don't go king on h7. You go king g7, king g8, not allowing white to get any closer to the pawns.
So nice fortress there by Lidi. Jagdish Siddharth won with the black pieces against Max. Has quite a big win actually. That one. That means that Siddharth is back in the mix. Vitokin we already saw won a long time ago. Gavrilescu has won. Alexienko has won a pretty nice game. So that even means that Alexienko, he's still a point behind, but he's within distance. Those are the main results. And actually, it's possible, Ketty, that we get a relatively short round, because if this is the only game left of the top 20, top 15 boards, well, this is just a draw. It's just a question of how much these guys want to play. Personally, I don't like the idea of playing here. I think it's
then it's difficult to change your mindset.
That's also true.
And just agree on a draw. But in this game, it has been always equal. I see that the board four, they are actually talking and analyzing the game. They have just finished the game in a draw.
Yep.
So that makes it, we have board 2 in progress.
Are you sure? That doesn't look finished to me. Oh yeah, no it is.
Yeah, they have finished.
There you go, yeah.
So let's go to board 2.
Okay, so what happened in this game? Board 2, we had the d8 equals bishop. He did take with the rook as expected. There was a check. The king did come to d6 as expected. And queen f6 as expected. So far so good. And c4. This is an interesting move. This is a very interesting move. After b takes c4, I guess the idea here is that he wants to use the c5 square for his king. Sometimes, like king c5 now. And if I take on e5, can I take? I mean, it's kind of crazy, but maybe it's not ridiculous. Because after check king b4, I'm never getting mated. Your pawn, yes, you can push your pawn down to the back, but at least now I'm, at least for the moment, covering everything. Maybe I can put my queen on c5, my rook on f8. It's a long shot. I think white probably still knows he's winning here, but it's a long shot. 20 minutes each. So it's actually kind of a crucial game. That's going to be the one that takes us right through tonight.
We have to go back to the game of Tin Jingao against Ariston Isanchulov. We have some crazy updates there.
So rook a7,
the last time,
king
rook
e8.
h5, king e7, bishop to d4, king e8, and g5. White was pushing, and black decided, okay, enough, I can also push. This will lead us to a lot of exchange of the pawns.
But this is very good from black, what black is doing. He's dealing with any pressure very well. If takes, you can just take. And yeah, if the bishop comes back, you trade more pawns. That's it. I mean, there's not... Can
I go rook to h2 now?
Yeah, rook to h2. Some sort of perpetual would be...
I'll take the rook. I'll take the bishop there.
Sorry.
Anytime, any day.
Sorry, you go here. This kind of perpetual would be very normal. I expect it to end something like this. Yeah, there's just not enough pieces.
Yep, and f takes e, f takes e happens. Bishop e3 is on the board, so this game might end just very, very fast.
Yeah, in fact, it will happen exactly like that. He will take, he will go here, and then there will be a repetition here. You heard it here first, guys. Breaking news.
Breaking news.
Yeah, that's a draw. I think we should go over back to board 2. Has there been any moves?
No, after c4, white has captured the pawn and black is thinking. So usually when you sacrifice the pawn, or any material, your next move is quite fast. So we should expect him to play the move any moment. But he's taking some time here with black pieces.
Yeah, he's got 18 minutes, so he's actually got plenty of time. But the position is so difficult to play, like just difficult, practically difficult for both sides, but much more for black, because you have to play very precisely. The machine holds this position against a human player, but a human doesn't really hold this very often as black. It's very tough. Julian, he's 2368. He's slightly older, as you can see there, you know, probably. Actually, let's
Let me check.
let's get his age.
Anything.
Let's get his age.
Last time.
That's beautiful, because after bishop c8, king c7, queen c6 is mate.
Oh my goodness.
Oh boy.
And he's going for it. Look at this bishop
What a
c8.
move.
What a move.
That's it.
Beautiful. Beautiful end.
That is it. That's officially it. That is a gorgeous tactic, and he knows, Gorshtein knows, and look at Julian as well. He also knows. He knows. That's it. Handshake.
Oh, handshake. And here we have second person having the most score after 6th round, Ido Gorshtein and Marc-Andrea Maurizzi. Those are the players who has not lost the match yet.
Yeah, and they will play each other.
They will play each other.
They will play each other tomorrow. And in fact, it works perfectly for colours. Marc-Andrea Maurizzi will be white against Ido Gorshtein tomorrow on board 1.
We predicted that they will face each other in the round 5, but then was unexpected win by Anvesh. And Anvesh was the one who played against Ido, made draw, but now we're going to have in the round 7 this big matchup coming, and I'm so excited because these two guys actually are having the best tournament.
They're having a great tournament. They're having a great tournament. I think Marc-Andrea will be very happy though. He's got white
pieces,
Yeah, I mean, Ido's very good. He's 25-40, but Marc-Andrea will say, well, if I can win this with white, I'm a full point clear of the tournament. So it's a win here. Well, sorry, he won't be. That's not true. I'm just
half
talking.
A point.
He'll be at least a half point clear of the tournament. So it's a massive, massive game. And actually, with that win, Ketty, I think we are done for the day, because board 4 was a draw. This game here between Tin and Izantulov is a draw. It's.
Yeah, they're actually. Oh, Black decided to carry on.
How did Black carry on after bishop takes
So
g5?
bishop takes, rook to h2, king g4, and then rook to f2, king ga3,
king g3,
and rook to f8.
Well, the position is still a dead draw.
Yeah.
There's really not much to analyze here. I mean, this position is dry. I don't really know why Black has done this if he's trying to win. You can risk losing. You can't move your knight because g7's hanging. I don't know what you're trying here as Black. By the way, if this was the position here, then he played rook h2, king g4, and rook... What did he do? What did he do? Did he go... Whatever he's done, we've got this position on the board. Totally unnecessary. Still a draw. Like, white has got no moves here as well, right? There's no way to make progress. So king g4, rook f2.
You can also just give a check, rook a8, rook a7, and you can't improve.
He's probably going to go king g2.
King goes king g2.
He's going to go rook e1.
And king f3.
King f3. Then he's going to go rook h1.
Yeah.
And you can just attack the pawns. You've got to be a little bit careful. Sorry, that's why he's gone rook f1. I'm just being ridiculous now. You've got to be careful because he doesn't want to allow the king to enter via f5. That's what I've missed.
Oh, yes.
I've actually made a
that's
huge mistake. Now, as it turns out, it's still a draw, but it's much more
You
difficult.
don't want to risk it.
You don't want to risk it. That's why he's put.
Yeah,
the rook
that's a
on F1.
brilliant. Yeah, that's a brilliant
King G.
save.
Yeah, King G3.
Actually, very nice technique.
Very nice. Yeah. So you just stop the king
Yeah.
from entering. He's trying to get some sort of Zugzwang here with King G3, but there is none because there's always a check. Yeah, it's just a draw. Stop the king from coming in, and you'll be fine. So that's the situation. And slightly earlier day, we're normally finishing around 10 o'clock, but the truth is that top 14, 15 boards have been decided. So I think, Ketty, now is actually a perfectly reasonable time to call an end to proceedings for today. Where the assumption here is that Tin is going to draw, and would be very surprised if that game goes on for any longer, or if there's any mistakes. I just don't think there can be in the position because
No, they're just repeating the moves.
So that's going to be us done for today. Let's
Coming back tomorrow with a huge matchups.
Yes.
Actually, Maurizzi against Gorshtein, we talked about that. But how about Vasily Ivanchuk and Moussard joining now the leaders and facing Edward Song, Krzysztof Raczek, Tal upper shell,
Yeah.
and Anvesh up far. Yeah. So that's going to be another very interesting day tomorrow.
Yeah, the big boys. What tends to happen in these tournaments is the cream rises to the top, and we can see here the big guns are starting to show their class. With that, really excited about tomorrow. Thank you again so much for joining us today. Hope you enjoyed all of the action and the interviews, which we're going to try and do a few more of. And we'll see you tomorrow, same time, same place, 4:30 p.m. Round number 7. Things are getting hot. We'll see you tomorrow.
Bye, guys.